So we're about to start. We're just waiting for the tech. Okay, great. So welcome, everybody. Um, we have about 800 or 900 registrants online, or total registrants, and about 200 folks that are supposed to come in. So hopefully they'll trickle in. Yes, they'll trickle in throughout the day. But we have a big online group. So my name is Nina Farnia. Welcome to the International People's Tribunal on U.S. Imperialism, Sanctions, Blockades, and Unilateral Coercive Measures. I'm a special rapporteur for the tribunal and also the co-chair, along with Helia Dotari, who you'll meet later today. We welcome you here today as we embark on a long project to dismantle sanctions regimes toward winning the independence of the global majority from U.S. imperialism. This unfortunately, has been a somber week for the global majority. Yesterday, a video of the brutal murder of Tyree Nichols by the Memphis Police Department was released to the public. And there were protests last night in New York City organized by some of the folks in this room. That video, if you saw it, reflects the worst of humanity. It's the worst of what we are able to do to our own. But we should not be confused by the fact that the killers were Black. That does not complicate the issue. We know that imperialism, colonialism, and white supremacy has always had an attendant Black or brown face. In our countries throughout the world, that have been colonized and subject to imperialism, there has always been a Black or brown agent participating in the Western project. Those killers in that video were agents of white supremacy. Just a few days before, also this week, Israel massacred 9 people in Jenin, 9 Palestinians in Jenin, and seriously wounded dozens more. Israel also is a US partner. And so both of these were projects of the US. And as everybody here knows, early in the week, the US announced that it would be sending 31 tanks to Ukraine in what is in reality not a Ukrainian war, but a US war precipitated by NATO in order to effect regime change in Moscow, the largest Russia, the largest country in the world, one of the most powerful, and neighbor to China, which will inevitably become the most powerful nation in the world if it's not yet. So this has been a bad week. Many weeks are bad, but this one has been particularly bad. This is the international context and national context in which the sanctions regimes are executed. The primary objective of sanctions regimes is the exploitation and theft of global South resources and wealth. They are not peaceful policy alternatives to war, as the US government would have us believe. They are a legal mechanism for the pillaging of Latin American, African, and Asian resources. Historically speaking, they continue the uneven and unjust distributions of power and wealth produced by Western colonialism. But the US, despite everything I just said, and because of it, the US is in decline. US imperialism is in decline. And as US imperialism declines, there are 2 paths forward for us: our victory or our demise. Global warming and environmental destruction, twin consequences of imperialism and colonialism, now arguably pose the greatest threat to human existence. It's no longer US militarism that poses the greatest threat. The 2 pose the greatest threat together now. And the capitalist class will not put our planet on the right path. Only we can do that. Our victory is now necessary to our survival as a species. So, as a friend and comrade said many, many years ago, what is to be done? Starting with the land we are on today, the land of the Lenape peoples, we must imagine and create a liberated world rooted in the principles of equitable distribution of wealth and respect for the land and its resources. A truly anti-imperialist world governed by the peoples of the global majority, the people you will be hearing from throughout the next 6 months of the tribunal. And to do so, we must now look to Latin America, our neighbor, and the only continent in the world to consistently defeat global North imperialism over and over again, from the days of Simón Bolívar to the very present moment that we live in now. And we are incredibly lucky to be alive and witness the rise of Latin America with the weapon of socialism. As people located in North America, we must embrace not just internationalism, which has been central to many of our movements in the United States, but also Pan-Americanism, a socialist, internationalist Pan-Americanism that will transform this land that we are on here today. Today's program will offer you a glimpse of the world we will create. The law is a critical piece in this effort. I'm a legal historian, so I believe in the importance of the law. In order to contend with reality as it is, not idealism, but realism, we must contend with the law. We also must contend with the law if we hope to transform the world. Because while the law is a tool for the oppressor, it can also be a tool for us. Limited in its abilities, but a tool nonetheless. We have invited speakers, esteemed tribunal jurors and supporters, many of whom are in the room, who have actually used the law to both imagine a new world and to take the steps necessary to create it. Today, we will have 2 panels moderated by Special Rapporteur and Tribunal Co-Chair Helia Dotari and Juror and National Lawyers Guild President Suzanne Adeli. Suzanne, are you here? Yeah, there. Yay! Helia will be opening our first panel and provide details about the upcoming 6 months of the tribunal. Between the 2 panels, at approximately 1:30, 1:45, we'll have a break with snacks, and we'll end the day with dinner, sangria, and some music. Probably about 5. Before I introduce our first speaker, the Honorable Justice Willie Mutunga, who's here, he's in the TV, I want to give an opportunity to our various leaders and participants in the room to introduce themselves. First, I want to thank the People's Forum and David and Claudia at the People's Forum in particular. David is behind the computer right there. Wave to everybody. And Claudia, is Claudia in the room? Claudia will be speaking later today. And then the National Lawyers Guild, President Suzanne Adeli. And there are many guild members in the room, including myself. So we would not have been able to do this without People's Forum and the Guild. The Guild is largely funding the project. Many of our jurors are Guild members and International Association of Democratic Lawyers members. And so really, support these institutions. We can't do this work without these institutions. So I want to introduce some of the jurors that are in the room. Any jurors in the room? Victor, are you the only juror in the room? So this is, can you stand up and introduce yourself? Just one sentence.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yes. Yeah, can you repeat that, please, Victor?
Yes, my name is Victor Good. I'm a retired law.
I think it's not on.
On? Good. Victor Good, retired law professor from the City University School of Law and the former national director of the National Conference of Black Lawyers.
Thank you very much, Victor. And we were also going to have Maria Luhut from Center for Constitutional Rights, who's one of our lead jurors, but she wasn't able to make it, unfortunately. Any other jurors in the room? No? I don't think so. Okay. Please stand if you're from one of the sponsoring or endorsing organizations. I think that's going to be most of you. Go ahead, Iyad. You can start us out. And can you introduce yourselves? Just a name and what organization you're from.
Iyad Kashawi, Al-Awda, the Palestinian Right of Return Coalition. CASI, the Committee of Anti-Imperialist and Solidarity with Iran. And Al-Masar al-Thawri al-Badil, the Alternative Revolutionary Palestinian Path.
And Iyad will be speaking later today.
My name's John Philpott. I'm from Montreal, and I, with Sarah, are here on behalf of Sanctions Kill, which we support and endorse this activity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Flounders with the Sanctions Kill campaign, and I do hope you come by. We have a book that is so much part of this project of describing all the sanctioned countries, a third of the world population now. So this is wonderful that you're having this.
Thank you. Sarah's speaking later today as well.
My name is Elias Amare, and I am from the Hagarawi Shimagille Eritrean American. That's in the Tigrinya language of Eritrea, the National Council of Eritrean Americans, and our delegation is very happy to be here with you to feel the warmth of your solidarity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lindsay. A number of us are here on behalf of DSA's International Committee. Thank you so much for putting this on.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Miller, and I'm here with the Black Alliance for Peace, as well as with the People's Tribunal.
Yes. Jeremy is one of our committee members, steering committee members.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brian Becker. I'm the National Director of the Answer Coalition and a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
And Brian will also be speaking later today. Anybody else? I know there are many organizations in the room. To Keanu.
Hi, aloha from Hawaii. It's called the Hawaiian Kingdom. My name is Dr. Keanu Sai. I'm a member of the steering committee of the International Committee for the National Lawyers Guild. We have a Hawaiian Kingdom subcommittee. Hawaii was actually the first victim of US imperialism back in 1893, regime change. And we've been under a military occupation for the past 130 years. So I'm glad to be here to participate. One last thing, I had the honor of representing the Hawaiian Kingdom at the Permanent Court of Arbitration in the Netherlands through arbitral proceedings, where the court in fact acknowledged that the Hawaiian Kingdom actually continues to exist. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. So during dinner and the breaks, I encourage you to go and meet the folks that you haven't met. There's actually a lot of folks here that are doing amazing work that we're just now learning about through this work. So I encourage you to enjoy each other's company during our breaks. And lastly, and not least, the rapporteurs and steering committee members, please stand. So this is Karina, actually Karina, I'll do it. This is Karina Mullins. She will be our lead rapporteur as the tribunal begins. She's on the steering committee. Helia, co-chair of the tribunal and one of the rapporteurs for Western Asia. Matt Almonte on the steering committee and one of the rapporteurs for Latin America and the Caribbean. Suzanne Adeli, juror and steering committee member. Jeremy Miller, yes, steering committee member and rapporteur for Africa. Navid Farni in the back, steering committee, or rapporteur for Africa, not steering committee member. And Anissa, who will be taking pictures of you today. And she is a steering committee member and rapporteur for West Asia as well. And we, unfortunately, Max Isle, who's a steering committee member and rapporteur for West Asia, can't be with us in person, but he is online. And Charlotte Cates, who is helping with tech from the background, also can't be with us in person, but she's one of our jurors, an NLG and IIDL member, and a steering committee member as well. So a couple of things. Bathrooms are back there. Please take a photo in front of that step and repeat. That actually was a lot more work than it looks like, so please use it. And Anissa will take photos. And now I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who's also our lead juror. It's my honor to introduce him, former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Willy Mutunga. Willy Mutunga is a former Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya from 2011 to 2016. He's a globally respected scholar, lawyer, and reform activist, and credited with key reforms, including those leading to the new 2010 Kenyan Constitution. He worked on the implementation of the 2010 Kenyan Constitution as head of the judiciary and president of the apex court in the country. He has advocated in his writings and judgments for the development of indigenous, robust, patriotic, decolonized, de-imperialized, pro-people, progressive, and transformative jurisprudence that is not insular and does not pay unthinking deference to other jurisdictions, regardless of how prominent they may be. He's also advocated for progressive jurisprudence for Africa and the Global South as part of their significant contribution in the struggle for a new just, peaceful, gender just, non-sexist, non-racist, non-ethnic, non-militaristic, ecologically safe, egalitarian, and equitable socialist world. As one of Kenya's organic intellectuals, Justice Mutunga has written books and written many scholarly articles on his various areas of interest and pursuit. His memoirs, Studied Justice, will be published by the end of 2022 by the African Book Collective. He's currently an adjunct professor of public law, Kabarak Law School at the university, and continues to serve on multiple human rights commissions. In 2019, he served as consultant with the Constitutional Review Commission of the Gambia, Secretary General of the Commonwealth of the Special Envoy to the Maldives in 2016, and has also been a distinguished scholar in residence at Fordham Law School here in New York City. So with that, I welcome you to the tribunal. Please ask the steering committee members if you have any questions today, and we will now begin. Helia, come on up. After Mutunga.
Justice Mutunga, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nina, for the introduction. I just have a few comments, introductory comments. I'm very happy to be involved in this, and as you all know, there are links and continuities in this kind of struggle. I myself participated as a judge in the Women's International War Crimes Tribunal on Japan's military sexual slavery in Tokyo 2000. But we all learned a lot from the Russell Tribunal, the Russell Military Crimes Tribunal on Vietnam in 1967, and there are many others that have used, the same model. But the great features about these tribunals, of course, is that they are citizen-based, and they also reflect robust, global solidarities, which is very, very, very important. These global solidarities against imperialism are, very, very, very important. Another feature that I think is very, very, very important, and I'm happy to see expression of it in in the meeting today, and that is the anti-imperialist, consciousness of the people of the North, because it's very, very, very important that that consciousness comes into grips with the colonization, the reparation movements, the injustices, military domination that people in the global South, of course, face. And I think that once you have that anti-imperialist, consciousness, and the anti-imperialist consciousness of the global South, then we're looking at a struggle which, in my view, will guarantee, the overthrow of the planetary global status quo. We continue to debate what paradigm or paradigms will birth this challenge to the planetary global status quo, and the struggle, must continue. And I'm very happy that I'll be participating in this. Thank you very much.
Mistake earlier. Now I'm going to ask Helia to come up, and she will introduce our panelists.
Thank you so much, Nina John. 72 years ago, Mohammad Mossadegh, who had just successfully led a movement to nationalize Iran's oil, stood not very far from here at the 561st Security Council meeting in defense of Iranian sovereignty against the imperial aggression that was soon going to continue to plunder Iran's wealth. The United Kingdom representative, Mossadegh said, has told the Council that his government wants an agreement based on the rule of law rather than the rule of force. We're just as anxious as the UK government to achieve such a solution, and we want and always wanted them to join us in achieving that. Application of the principle of law would eliminate all the attempts that are being made to prevent us from exercising our sovereign right to decide how our oil industry should be operated. It would also eliminate any diplomatic or military pressure, appeals to legal or political organs without jurisdiction, and all the other forms of economic pressure and boycotts which have been used against us to make our economy collapse or to break our will. Sure enough, 2 years later, and after the imposition of a comprehensive embargo on Iranian oil, Mossadegh was overthrown in what we now know was a joint orchestrated coup by MI6 and CIA. Today, we honor the lives and the struggles of those who fought for the liberation of our people against European and US imperialism, as we launch the first ever International People's Tribunal to challenge the violence of sanctions through imperialism. My name is Helia Dotaghi. I am the co-chair of the tribunal, and it is my honor to be here with all of you friends and comrades today. I am also deeply grateful to have had the opportunity to think, to build, and to organize alongside such a group of inspiring people. But before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Lenape Nation. The ongoing theft of this land, along with the stolen blood and labor of enslaved Africans, enable our presence. This acknowledgement demonstrates our commitment to the process of working to abolish ongoing practices and legacies of settler colonialism. We pay our respect to Indigenous, African, and immigrant elders, past, present, and future, and particularly to the hundreds of Indigenous nations who continue to resist. We know that sanctions, economic coercive measures, and embargoes, as led by the US regime against countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, are rooted in the very same systems of oppression that colonized these lands. We understand sanctions as imperialist tools that are designed to police and discipline those who dare to defy the imperialist global order, those who support and lead national liberation movements in our regions, and those who fight against the intervention by the US and other functionaries of imperialism who execute their economic and political agendas at the expense of our sovereignty, at the expense of our people, and at the expense of our homelands. One of our central tasks of this tribunal is to provide an alternative discourse and a critical framework to analyze how sanctions function and to unmask the intention of those who design and implement them. Our goal is to topple the prevailing imperialist narratives characterizing sanctions as supposedly peaceful alternatives to war and reject the idea that sanctions in their targeted and smart forms were born out of humanitarian concern. Sanctions are designed to de-develop the economies of targeted nations by isolating and undermining governments and the industries upon which they rely. No sector goes untouched here. Banking, shipping, insurance, ports, trades, commodities, healthcare, energy, and the list goes on. Often sanctions are just the supposedly legal pretext to simply loot wealth from the nations. This happens through both asset freezing and withholding payments to settle debts. Targeting the state's ability to provide for the basic welfare of its population in turn undermines the people's faith in their governments. Sanctions at their core are designed to create conditions for revolt. It doesn't take a political scientist. No, it shouldn't take a political scientist to figure out the ultimate goal of these measures. Regime change operations, counter-revolutions, orchestrate coups, and exploit and hijack internal contradictions within these targeted states, aiming to transform the target in a direction that secures condition for the reproduction of global capitalist order. In terms of the structure of the tribunal, over the next 6 months, and starting next week, the tribunal will hold hearings on the impact of sanctions on 16 countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Everyone is welcome to register and attend any of the hearings that will take place online. You can register on our website at sanctionstribunal.org. We will conclude the tribunal in Venezuela in July. The nations represented in the tribunal are Cuba, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Libya, Palestine, Nicaragua, North Korea, Sudan, Syria, Venezuela, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. During the country hearings, experts, victims, and attorneys will present evidence and provide testimonies against the crimes committed by the US through the use of sanctions. The countries we have selected are not an exhaustive list of the targeted nations by the US sanctions, but they serve as representative examples of the purpose and function of imperialist sanctions, as well as the various levels and forms of impact. In terms of the themes of the tribunal, our effort utilized a systemic approach to investigate and expose the brutality of sanctions, and we will not permit the imperialist forces, including some of the so-called left in the global north, to conceal the siege under new terminology. We are not looking for a better, more humane, or more targeted sanctions. This tribunal is a contribution to the global movement that will put an end to these measures. All right, so it is within this context that in addition to investigating the measurable yet very devastating harms of sanctions, including public health, food security, access to humanitarian aid and equipment, access to international financial systems, banking network and services, education, growing poverty, falling productivity, shrinking consumption power, precarious labor and fluctuations in the labor market, and currency depreciation, we will also be investigating and exposing the slow and structural violence of sanctions. Those are the harms that are often unseen and that are often unrecognized as violence of sanctions because they take place gradually, because they take place across time and space. In terms of the objectives of the tribunal, we will use the tribunal as an educational, political organizing, and a legal tool. The work of the tribunal will serve as an educational tool for everyone who is interested in joining the movement to charge and challenge US imperialism. Researchers, scholars, and activists will have access to the testimonies, which will serve as an invaluable primary source for those who are interested. The jurors will further generate a legal report and analysis, which will be made available online. Following the conclusion of the tribunal, we will also be working on a publication of an edited volume, which will serve as a comprehensive study on the tribunal's findings. Through a tactical deployment of law, and as part of our legal objective, we work with the respected jurors and with our legal team to identify potential legal claims and investigate available domestic and international judicial measures. Our political objective involves laying the groundwork for an international campaign against economic coercive measures, building international consensus around the illegality of sanctions, and using grassroots activism such as protests and direct actions to support the work of the tribunal. We hope that everyone here work together with their organizations, with communities, and with their workplace to organize screenings of the hearings and political education around sanctions and US imperialism more broadly, and to reach out to us for any suggested speakers or any way that we can support and provide resources. I'm sure everyone's wondering how they can provide support, further support to the tribunal. So you can now register to attend the first hearing, which is taking place next week on February 4th on Zimbabwe by visiting our website, sanctionstribunal.org. Please consider donating. This is a grassroots anti-imperialist project, and as you can imagine, this kind of project does not generate support from organizations that benefit from this system, so please consider donating if you can. Please urge attendance. Organizations also can endorse the tribunal. But I would love to stop talking and invite our speakers to start the first panel. So today we'll be hearing from inspiring comrades and influential voices within the anti-imperialist movement from across the world. And I have the pleasure of introducing Niloufar Barwat, joining us from India today. Niloufar is an attorney with over 50 years of law practice before the High Court, Supreme Court, tribunals, and commissions of inquiry, specialized in constitutional law, administrative law, and international law. She's also the vice president of the Indian Association of Lawyers and the Confederation of Lawyers of Asia Pacific. Thank you so much for joining us, Niloufar.
Dear colleagues from across continents of different nationalities and races, we have to remind ourselves that our first loyalty is to our common humanity and to the long-suffering countries of the developing world, which have still not overcome the backlog of colonialism. Whereas now we continue to face recolonization and neocolonialism in new forms, of which sanctions, blockades, and special financial measures are just one aspect of the nature of war in unleashed military and by economic and other means. However, today, I have to highlight that sanctions are not only aimed at destroying the country on which sanctions are imposed, destroying its society, its political system. Sanctions are actually a war on the world. an economic war on the world. And it is necessary to see and to understand why we who claim to belong to anti-imperialist movements failed to mobilize adequately, failed to galvanize mass opinion against what is happening directly after the capitulation of the former Soviet Union, the USSR. Sanctions commenced in 1950. The first country on whom sanctions were imposed was the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And the war never ended against North Korea. The war never ended against the DPRK, which had all its cities destroyed, along with bio-warfare on both the Korean population, the population of the Korean Peninsula, and its allies. The military war was converted into a blockade and an economic war, a brutal economic war of sanctions, which continues till this day. Thereafter, it was Cuba. Thereafter, it continued. It was Iran. It was Syria. It was Iraq. It was Yemen. It was Somalia. It was Eritrea. It was extended into Africa. It was extended into Latin America. And 2/3 of the economic sanctions after the political capitulation of the Soviet Union was imposed by the United States and its NATO allies. And this is where I would like to highlight was some of the errors which the anti-imperialist movement committed during these years. There was a romanticization of the so-called end of the Cold War. Whereas what actually was the end of the Cold War all about? The end of the Cold War disturbed the political balance in the world, which was constituted by the existence of an alternative political system. Today, if you take a review of the countries which have been sanctioned, what do you find? To take a few examples: Cuba, the Democratic Republic of Korea, Iran, Venezuela, Syria, among others. These are all countries with different kinds of political system, which the imperialist world was not able to penetrate. And therefore, they found a new means, a new instrument of destroying the economies of these countries in the hope of internal regime change taking place or the assassination of the political leaders and others. The end of the Cold War was romanticized by some of our people, some of our movements, thinking and imagining and maybe deliberately falsifying history, just as Francis Fukuyama said that this is now the end of history and the last man. What was Francis Fukuyama trying to tell us? He was trying to tell the world, don't work anymore for a better or a more just political system. This is the end, the first socialist state, with whatever its flaws, which constituted a balance of political forces which stood between other countries and the citizens and NATO and the imperialist bloc. That balance broke. It was torn apart. It was devastated by the capitulation of the political leadership of the then Soviet Union. And what do we find thereafter? Another brutal phase, a very brutal phase of a united imperialism of NATO commenced. The anti-imperialist movements of North America and Europe and other countries, including my own, they failed to emphasize adequately that hereinafter, after the capitulation of the USSR, there was a totally unipolar hegemonic world of NATO which was installed. And was it surprising that they resorted to any and every means, financial, military, political assassination, to once again recolonize the entire world, which was breathing a little from the national liberation movements, which had succeeded in many countries and which was supported by the first socialist state, irrespective of its many flaws. This inability to grasp an existing political situation, this inability to understand and to mobilize citizens to understand what is happening and what was happening, creates disasters of the kind that we face today. The doomsday clock, I may remind you, and take it very seriously, is inching closer and closer as every day of this NATO war on the Ukraine is on. NATO war on the Ukraine and against the Russian Federation. The anti-imperialist movement, there was a second major flaw. They failed to explain to their citizens, both in North America, Europe, and in other countries, that where does power really reside? Many countries were passed off as democracies, republics, just because they had the fanfare and carnival of elections. But what was behind these elections? The elections were heavily funded by private banking, financial interests, corporate interests, and a complete merger of corporate and state power took place in many of the countries which we passed off and said that these were democracies and republics. What was democratic and republic about a political system where real power does not reside in the nominal president or prime minister who is elected, but who is completely controlled by special financial interests and the best and brightest corporations? And these systems had actually already degenerated into neo-fascist political systems. The anti-imperialist movement failed to make people understand, people of the world understand, that mobilize because you are to be taken, you are being taken over. And what did we find? Think tanks, the most extreme think tanks, the CFR, the Heritage Foundation, Hudson, and a whole innumerable think tanks of the United States, the UK, and other European powers, including the Economic Forum Davos, had taken over the world. We even failed to focus attention on the pharmaceutical companies, the Bill Gates and Melinda Foundation, among other foundations, the WHO, collaborating with the World Economic Forum to destroy the economies of the world through lockdowns. And it was a president of Belarus who immediately after making the statement faced a colored revolution, who said that the WHO offered me funds to lock down, but I said, no, we are not going to do so. And he said, thereafter, when I declined, the IMF increased the offer, but I did not accept. Immediately thereafter, the president of Belarus faced a colored revolution, which of course, fortunately, did not overtake him. These are major and serious errors. Not to make citizens aware, not to mobilize citizens. The internet is not going to do the task of mobilization, as many of us know. And today, though I'm making a critique of the anti-imperialist movements, I have to say that individuals have heroically performed their role. And there are certain movements whom I wish to place on record as having continued to educate their own people in the actual situation they were facing. And among these exceptions, extraordinary and courageous exceptions, are the National Liberation Movement of Lebanon, headed by the Hezbollah, the Palestinian National Resistance, Venezuela and the resistance, anti-imperialist resistance movements of Latin America, the heroic people of Eastern Ukraine, of the Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk, who are now independent republics and have integrated with the Russian Federation. They understood way back when the Maidan coup took place in 2014, organized by Victoria Nuland on behalf of the NATO powers, that what they were facing once again in the same part of Ukraine where they had faced the Nazi battalions and regiments and tanks, which had mobilized and recruited people from every country of Europe to destroy the Soviet Union, that once again they were facing the very same onslaught, and they started organizing themselves, and the Russian Federation, with great sincerity, tried to negotiate, because they always referred to the European Union and the United States as their partners. With a shock, the Russian Federation has now realized, and it is not the anti-imperialist movement which has exposed, but which Angela Merkel and Macron have themselves admitted, that we signed the Minsk Accords only because we were buying for time. We wanted to militarize Ukraine for a war against the Russian Federation. The anti-imperialist movement of North America and Europe also failed to educate its citizens on the military-industrial complex of the NATO countries. Despite a president and a general who had fought in the Second World War, President Eisenhower, clearly stating that there is a threat to our democracy from the military-industrial complex, which is taking over policy making in the government. How is it that the anti-imperialist movement of these countries, of the NATO powers, did not expose that there is a huge interest in endless war and continuing war on the part of their governments, which have ceased to be democratic? Is it not the task of a serious anti-imperialist movement to analyze and expose where power resides? Just because a government is called a government does not mean that a power resides in a cabinet, or a power resides in a president, or a power resides in the prime minister. We need to extend political science to understand does real power for war and peace reside in a society, of which President Eisenhower, the General Eisenhower, no person knows better what war is and what is armament than a man in uniform. The anti-imperialist movement must mobilize on the ground. There is no substitution for actual mobilization. It is only on the lines of one of the largest anti-imperialist movements, which was mobilized by Mahatma Gandhi in India, that we defeated the British Empire, and our movement became an inspiration for the people of the Arab world and Africa and other countries. But because Gandhiji said, you have to be where the people are. You have to be where the soldiers are. You have to be everywhere where people are supporting the empire, to oppose, to organize in an organized, non-violent manner. Dr. Martin Luther King succeeded in mobilizing a huge civil rights movement by the same kind of mobilization. But we must not forget that he was assassinated because he drew the linkage between the internal economic and political system of the United States of America and its war policy, its imperialist policy, the looting of the resources of other countries, which he compared to the internal colonialism within the United States of America. And here I'm not speaking in terms of racism. I'm speaking in terms of economic exploitation. Because as Lena has correctly said, exploitation is not dependent only on race. It depends on what kind of economic forces you are using to exploit who, why, and what. And there is internal colonization in many of our countries. What I would like to emphasize is that what happened to us, 40 bio-warfare laboratories found in the Ukraine, near the borders of the Russian Federation. Bio-warfare laboratories dotting the entire global landscape. Investigative journalists reported that a bio-warfare laboratory in the country of Georgia, again on the periphery of the Russian Federation, there they had made calculations. It was a laboratory funded by the Pentagon, just as the laboratories in the Ukraine are funded by the Pentagon. The calculations were made that it is cheaper. Mathematical calculation was made that it is cheaper to kill people through bio-warfare than use expensive ammunition and equipment. And did we not see a glimpse of bio-warfare? Did we not see? Have we still come to a finding on what the COVID-19 investigations are all about? But I will not go into that. So therefore, are we going to commit these mistakes again? Are we going to be satisfied communicating with each other on the internet, on websites? And some individuals have done tremendous and fantastic work as the anchors of various websites. And I'm excluding them as individuals from the critique I'm making of our anti-imperialist movements. And that is, we have to mobilize. We have to get our voices across. We have to get our voices across within our countries, across our countries, if we have to survive a particularly brutal phase. And people are not alarmists when they are discussing and saying that there is a definite threat of nuclear war. Because we are facing the same situation as the world was facing before the First World War, before the Second World War, a Great Depression. This is even a greater depression. The citadels of capitalism of the Western heartlands are collapsed. And whenever there have been new regions emerging, as what happened, the emergence of Germany and Japan before, in the depression years before the Second World War. And now there are new centers of power. There is a multipolar world attempting to break out from this hegemony. This is exactly the period when there is a threat of devastation of humanity through nuclear weapons. I have to conclude by saying that it is time that we said to ourselves, ask not for whom the bells toll. The people of Europe, the European and American dream came to an end when the demise of the first socialist state took place. Along with the people of the Russian Federation and the former Soviet republics who were pauperized. Next was the turn of the American working class and middle income troops. And now is the turn of the working class and middle income groups of Europe. They are all being destroyed because it was the first socialist state which held out the example, however flawed it was. And I will not argue that it was not flawed. It was the first socialist experiment. And this has not been understood, that the working class and middle income of the entire developed and so-called advanced world is today being pauperized. The big and brightest corporations don't need the working class and middle income classes anymore. That compact, that social democrat is over. Compact is over. It has come to an end. It came to an end, the day the demise of the first socialist took place. Because there was no longer an example that when you can improve on this pattern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niloufar, for this powerful and inspiring speech. I'm honored to introduce someone who needs no introduction, the National Coordinator of the Answer Coalition and a founder of the Party of Socialism and Liberation, sharing with us his wealth of experience in the anti-war movement in the US. Everyone, please welcome Brian Becker.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the organizers of this tribunal. And as Nina said in her opening comments and have been reiterated, the goal here is not only to reaffirm international law, which is routinely violated by the forces of imperialism under many pretexts, but also to reaffirm a political orientation or an education orientation so that we accurately understand where we are in global politics, what era we're in, and also to recognize that the sanctions the economic sanctions that, as other speakers have mentioned, were routinely employed against those who defied imperialism, again, regardless of political ideology or social system. But we know for certain that, as our last speaker mentioned, when the socialist camp came into existence after 1945, when the Soviet Union was not only, or not the only socialist country, when we had also the People's Republic of China and North Korea and North Vietnam and the countries of Eastern and Central Europe who had been liberated from the scourge of fascism by the Red Army, who also went through a socialist transformation, that perhaps 2/5 of the people of the world lived under governments that were under the leadership of the communist parties of those countries, and they constituted the socialist camp. And so when Cuba had its revolution, dared to defy the empire in 1959, and resisted and defeated U.S. imperialism and the CIA's invasion of Cuba with the Bay of Pigs in 1961, and it was at that time that U.S. imperialism imposed draconian economic sanctions on an island country 90 miles from Florida. The Cuban government and the Cuban Revolution could turn towards the socialist camp. And yes, the blockade was severe, but the existence of the socialist camp mitigated the impact of the blockade such that by all standards, all metrics in the Caribbean certainly, the Cuban Revolution was a country of great affluence, with great social rights, free education, free health care, etc. Likewise, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, until the late 1960s, was far ahead of South Korea economically. In spite of the sanctions and in spite of the imposition of draconian economic, unilateral and multilateral economic measures designed to suffocate North Korea, it could not be suffocated. And it is precisely the absence of the socialist camp, overthrown by anti-communist counter-revolutions in the late 1980s and culminating in the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, that opened the door such that U.S. imperialism and its imperial allies could use sanctions as a weapon of choice against those who defied the empire. And I want to talk a little bit about why sanctions are a weapon of choice. And I think it's really, really important for us to understand that the sanctions are both a silent killer, a quiet form of slow motion genocide, as defined by the United Nations, which defines genocide and was defined by the UN in the Convention to Prevent and Punish Genocide after World War II as the destruction of a people in whole or in part, and to make the conditions of life deliberately, calculatingly such that people and civilians in particular, civilian life could not be sustained. So sanctions are a genocide, but a quiet genocide. A genocide that doesn't arouse huge public opposition within the domestic body politic of the countries that are imposing these genocidal measures. And we can see the insidious and devious character of this particular tactic, where if you so demonize the target, create so much fear and hatred and loathing among the domestic population against the target, and at the same time keep the domestic public basically uninformed about the nature of the genocide, you can commit genocide, you can use these tactics of mass destruction to strangle, intimidate, and ultimately destroy the target without eliciting great domestic popular opposition. That's why this tribunal is so important. What happened when the U.S. had to go to war against Vietnam using American troops? They're developed in the United States by 1966 and 67, a mass movement against the war, which gave rise to a resurgent anti-imperialist movement. And the movement against the war became so profound, so comprehensive, that it infected the imperialist army, and its own rank and file soldiers and Marines and sailors went into rebellion, and in many instances decided to kill their officers rather than fight the next battle against the Vietnamese. And ultimately, this opposition, this anti-imperialist opposition that began slowly and then developed and then became more radical and more anti-imperialist, and then came into the U.S. military rank and file, the workers of the war, the rank and file soldiers. It became such a powerful factor that the U.S. imperialist government even created a new designation. They called it a new disease. They called it the Vietnam Syndrome, this strange disease whereby the American people refused to allow their government to send the next generation into battle somewhere else, thousands of miles away, in a country they didn't know about, didn't understand, didn't speak the language, had a culture that was unrecognizable. The American people by 1973 were saying, no, we're not going to do that anymore. Sanctions are insidious, but they're also, in a way, an indication of a certain weakness of the imperialist establishment, that it can't conduct its foreign policy out in the open, in the light of day, and certainly can't use tactics that allow for the suffering of war, the suffering of the war and imperialist intervention to also impact the political consciousness, because it impacts the lives of people here in the United States. That's why the tribunal's work is so important, because we have to fight against the problem that this is a quiet genocide rather than a dramatic genocide. It's not like bombs bursting in air and the gruesome pictures, but it is genocide. You might remember, or if you're young enough not to remember, but aware enough to be aware, Leslie Stahl on CBS 60 Minutes interviewing Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, not a Republican, not an arch conservative, a Democrat in the Clinton administration. Leslie Stahl says to Madeleine Albright, Madam Secretary, 500,000 children in Iraq have died. That's more than died in Hiroshima. Is the price worth it? And Madeleine Albright says to her, looking straight at her, well, that's a very hard question, but yes, we think the price is worth it. Yes? She's asked, killing 500,000 babies, is it worth it? And she says, tough question, but yeah, it's worth it. See, that's an acknowledgement by the Secretary of State that they know it's genocide, but the price is worth it. Well, what made it worth it? What made it worth it? I mean, Iraq threatened no one. Iraq was already defeated. The U.S. said it was outraged because Iraq had invaded Kuwait, which happened in August 1990. But 7 months before that, the U.S. invaded Panama. Remember? In December 1989, the U.S. invaded Panama, destroyed the government, killed thousands of civilians, thousands who died. And the U.S. reconfigured a new regime in Panama, conducive to U.S. imperial interests. So is it really possible that the U.S. was so outraged because one country invaded another country, because Iraq invaded Kuwait. Obviously, Iraq could have had a negotiated end to that, but the U.S. didn't want that. And why? Because after the Soviet Union collapsed, after the dissolution of the socialist camp that constituted an obstacle or a break, an inhibition on the exercise of unipolar imperialist power by the United States, the U.S. decided they were going to take out, destroy every regime, government, movement that came into existence as part of the anti-colonial project following World War II, the same project that coincided with the formation of the socialist camp. And the national liberation movements in Africa and Middle East and Asia could seek aid and comfort and support from the socialist camp. So then you saw the U.S. was going to go to war against Iraq. It was going to go to war against Libya, and it did. It was going to go to war against Syria. It went to war against Afghanistan in 2001. And of course, it was preparing to destroy the government in Iran as well. That was going to be the big prize. Now, our last speaker said very correctly that the problem was that the anti-imperialist movement in the United States and in Europe failed to educate the people in this country about what imperialism was going to do. In some ways, that is correct. I agree with that in some measure. But there's another element, which is there's a general opposition to war, and there's a general, of course, embrace of peace. But there are different wings of the anti-war movement. Some are anti-imperialist, like this tribunal, and some are opposed to war because war is the absence of peace, where the anti-imperialist movement says war and the terrible character of war not only signifies the absence of peace, but the absence of justice. It is the injustice of imperialism that uses war and other means to enforce an unjust system, a global system, the global system of capitalism or monopoly capitalism or imperialism. And frankly, those of us in the anti-imperialist, anti-war movement have been telling the truth and have been organizing on this basis for a long time. It's not 100% accurate to say that we completely closed our eyes to this reality. I want to give you a specific example of how the two wings of the anti-war or peace movement not only exist but compete with each other, and that this competition isn't simply left-wing sectarian bickering, but rather goes to the heart of what kind of movement we want and what kind of movement we need and what kind of movement the people in the global south, who are the primary targets of sanctions, desperately need. When Iraq invaded Kuwait, a big anti-war movement began, and it split into two wings. Right before the war started, it split into two parts. And it had actually two mass demonstrations in Washington, D.C., one on January 19th, 1991, and one week later, on January 26th, 1991, the two wings of the anti-war movement were so divided that they had to have two demos on two different weekends. And some people would say, well, why didn't you just unite? I mean, doesn't it weaken your position to have two demonstrations 2 weekends apart? Doesn't that show sort of sectarian squabbling? The reason that the split happened is that the other wing of the anti-war movement insisted that our slogan, this included a coalition that had social democrats, liberals, and people who called themselves communists. The slogan was, sanctions, not war. And so they marched on January 26 under the banner, sanctions, not war. They had about 150,000 people marching. And our wing of the anti-war movement, which marched the week before, had a clear message that said no war against the people of Iraq. We weren't saying yes to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. We weren't saying yes to the Saddam Hussein's policies, but we were saying clearly that the only issue for us was opposition to imperialist intervention and that sanctions were a form of war, that they're not something different. And who are the imperialists to punish Iraq when the imperialists themselves are the greatest purveyors of all kinds of violence, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, the greatest purveyors of violence? Who are we in the United States to say, well, we have to punish Iraq somehow? War isn't the right tactic, maybe sanctions. Now, later, by the end of the 1990s, all of the different sectors of the left were aware enough to be against sanctions. So that was good. Took 10 years, but that was good. But why did some part of the anti-war movement, including, again, people who call themselves Marxists, social democrats, or communists, go along with the sanctions, not war? Didn't they know that sanctions would kill? And the answer is yes. They did know. The reason is because whenever the U.S. goes to war, either using sanctions or direct military intervention, it prepares public opinion by thoroughly demonizing the target, so much so that the entire public opinion is molded so that we know exactly who to hate and fear. And if you say that the target should not be punished at all, doesn't that mean you're, in a way, a friend of the target? So if you reject, for instance, in our contemporary time, the thorough demonization of Russia and try to give a historical explanation of how imperialism and NATO created the war in Ukraine, desired the war, are happy about the war, and want to continue the war, and in fact are escalating the war, if you say, look, it's not so simple to just say Putin is an aggressor. Let's look at 2014 and the coup d'etat. Let's look at the expansion of NATO relentlessly, unnecessarily, provocatively. Let's look at those things. Then the media will say, oh, you're a friend of Putin. You're an apologist for the Kremlin. And a big part of public opinion in the United States basically doesn't want to stand up and tell the truth because they too will be smeared. If you're in a period of demonization, a period of witch hunt, if you don't denounce the demon, if you don't become a denouncer of the witch, maybe you're a witch. Maybe you're a demon. So the left, or parts of the left, take safe cover by thinking that there is some reason to go along with the demonization campaign rather than to recognize whether you like Russia's position, dislike Russia's position, disapprove of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You can do all of that and at the same time recognize that the crisis in Ukraine, including war, escalating war, and sanctions against Russia and China, are the consequence of a deliberate, calculated imperialist policy that's not designed to promote human rights, save lives in Ukraine or anywhere else. It's really for unipolar world hegemony, and that's what the real program is. That's why this tribunal is important, because it clarifies what this is. These violations of international law, including the Convention on Genocide, are designed for a purpose. And the purpose is political and social, and it has a class character. If we don't look at the political and class character of sanctions, we miss the boat. Finally, I'll say this. When Haiti had its revolution in 1804, the first time an enslaved population rose up and ended slavery and ended French colonialism, the French bourgeoisie, including the returned Bourbon monarchy, 25 years later brought all the warships around Haiti and said to Haiti, we can either have another war or you can be integrated into the world economy and trade once again. But to do so, you have to pay us back. You have to give us reparations for your own freedom. And Haiti said yes, because they had no choice. They said, yes, we will pay for our own freedom. So the ancestors of formerly enslaved people were paying the ancestors of those who enslaved them in France for the next 100 years. In 1911, 87% of the profits made from coffee produced in Haiti were still being used to pay the French ancestors of those who had enslaved the Haitian people. And then 4 years later, the United States invaded Haiti. The U.S. supplanted France as the dominant power. Woodrow Wilson ordered the Marines to march into Port-au-Prince. They took all of the money out of the Bank of Haiti and brought it to New York, right here. Brought it and put it in Citibank's coffers. And then the profit proceeds from coffee in Haiti were no longer used to pay the French former enslavers. They were used to pay the officials from the United States who were the new governing staff over the Haitian people. And that lasted another 20 years. When we look at this record, we realize military intervention, sanctions, now drone warfare are part of a comprehensive global system of imperialism and capitalism. The way we need to get rid of the sanctions, one, we have to educate people, which is the purpose of the tribunal, to reaffirm international law, which the tribunal is also doing, but to also recognize we need a radical transformation in society, which will come about by people being in the streets, organizing together, building movements and organizations and political parties together, that we can't really end the scourge of sanctions or war without ending the scourge of capitalism and imperialism. And ultimately, the greatest contribution this tribunal will make is to build a movement that can do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brian. It's my pleasure to introduce the founder and the co-chair of the Frantz Fanon Foundation, a professor at Paris Descartes University. She served as the former expert chair of the United Nations Working Group on People of African Descent and have been active at different levels of the national education, legal advisor at the French National Assembly, and others. She's also serving as the juror of this tribunal, and we're very honored to have her. Everyone, please welcome Mireille Fanon Mendes Frantz, the daughter of the world-renewed revolutionary Frantz Fanon.
Oh, good morning, maybe in your time. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the organizer of this tribunal for asking me to be a judge. I thank you for your confidence. The stakes are not high for the people of the world, that I fervently hope that the result of our work, of our exchange and reflection, will serve as a substantial element to question all the levels of international law and international humanitarian law, and to raise all the rigidities of law that for the time being only works for the dominant and the financial powers, including the transnational. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has pushed the situation in Haiti, which has been in a political crisis for many years, to which must be added the socio-economic and security crisis, into the background of international attention. The Haitian people are also facing a humanitarian crisis that is pushing them into increasingly severe poverty, to the point that the current Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, appointed 2 days before the assassination of Jovenel Moïse, launched an appeal to the international community last September for the establishment of an international armed force to ensure the unblocking of the Varro fuel terminal, which is blocked by the G9 gang in order to ensure the distribution of water, delivery of medical equipment, and to prevent epidemics. This blockade follows the government's decision to substantially increase the price of fuel. At the request of the IMF since 2018, several attempts to reduce state subsidies in petroleum products had brought the country to a halt and the Asian people in the streets. To respond to this injunction, the current Prime Minister in July 2022 decided to respond to the injunction of the IMF. He intends to obtain in the long term a higher tranche of credit envisaged by the IMF. To do this, yet more economic reform must take place. The only thing that matters is the implementation of structural adjustment policies that have already shown their ineffectiveness in many countries of South. The current economic model in Haiti, in the face of failed states that continue to play the game of international financial institutions, is a total failure in terms of living conditions and the human and economic development of the country. This is the only solution to the serious crises that have been shaking the country for years and into which it is sinking more and more. Reducing public policies, further eroding the sovereignty of the Haitian state, and reducing it to being under minimum economic perfusion, where a little air is breathed into it by NGOs taking advantage of funds given by donors rather than redistributing them. In this context, the number of gangs in the social and political space has increased and their violence seems to have no limits. If the international community really wants to help Haiti in ways other than compassionate declaration or humanitarian aid, then it should work for the total and immediate cancellation of the country's foreign public debt, the abandonment of liberal economic policies, and demand the repayment of the illegal debt paid by Haiti to France. If this same international community truly defends one of the founding principles of the United Nations Charter, then it should demand the effective implementation of, I quote, the equal rights of nations large or small, end quote, and stop participating in the trusteeship of certain country by the international financial institution or by their former colonizer or in the subservience of states, because this call into question their right to self-determination and their sovereignty, a non-negotiable principle. The colonial yoke is trying to regain control in different countries of the world. This is happening in Haiti, but also in many other countries, among others in Venezuela, where US imperialism, outside of any mandate given by the international community, has imposed economic sanction and an embargo and has tried to help impose a puppet president and has, even for a time, envisaged an armed reaction against this country, voluntarily forgetting that it would have acted in a flagrant violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter, prohibition of force or use of force when not attacked. Every sanction, every blockade, every attempted coup d'etat is perpetrated in the name of a colonial idea of democracy. This country, along with Cuba, remains one of the last bastions against the return of colonial tutelage in South America. One must be surprised at the lack of solidarity on the part of some countries that have benefited in one way or another from the political solidarity and aid of Cuba and Bolivarian Venezuela. However, imposing a blockade, an embargo, or economic sanction where the country that is the victim of them has not committed any violation of international law or international humanitarian law is serious by creating legal uncertainty and undermining any form of law. It is participating in the contamination of international law, its delegitimation, and its destructuration. Not only does it instill mistrust and give the impression that the rule of law does not exist, it is also contrary to the global public interest. Unfortunately, the United States has on several occasions in the 20th and 21st century, without any mandate from the international community, proclaimed itself an international policeman without providing the evidence that would have justified its action. According to United Nations Resolution 2625 of 24 October 1970, I quote, "No state may apply or encourage the use of economic, political, or any other type of measures to coerce another state to subordinate the exercise of its sovereign rights and to obtain from it advantage of any kind," unquote. Through this resolution, one can imagine, since it is rarely respected, all the imperfection of international public law. It should also be emphasized that the economic weapon is less and less the convenient palliative that some people wanted to see in it, and which would not have the disadvantage of a weapon while having the advantages. It takes its place in an active confrontation. It is perhaps, if not a factor of war, at least an element of conflict, without forgetting that for a developing country, the economic sanction by its immediate effect beyond this character is prejudicial to the principle of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the foundation of the international community, and leads to the regression of the legal foundation of the international society and its relation, as said Monique Chemillé-Gendreau. I quote, "Everything that have been done so far on the Iraqi question has been a caricature of international law," unquote. Did not this start long before? Since December 1991, the Western power, under the hegemony and leadership of the United States, felt that they had a free hand to put the organ of the UN, particularly the Security Council, at their service. This was done with the aim of creating new institutional form of control, radically modifying existing norms and replacing them with norms of regressive colonial normative transformation, constitutes the necessary complement to the expansion of the capitalist aggression. Humanitarian intervention are the essential component of this model. The UN Security Council, together with the IMF, the World Bank, and de facto groupings such as the G8 or the Paris Club, has become a world government entirely in the hands of the rich states. Thus, the UN, through the Security Council, has legalized acts in violation of its own charter and customary international law. On July 12, 2022, the Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 4022, which was renewed in June 23 with Resolution 4087. In this resolution, the Security Council, aligning itself with the North American will, ordered the International Criminal Court to refrain for a period of 12 months from any investigation or trial against nationals of states that are no party to the 1998 Treaty of Rome, on fact or omission related to a mission or operation authorized by the United Nations. In addition, the Security Council has the right to renew this resolution on its anniversary. According to Article 16 of the ICC Statute, the Security Council can only request the suspension of ongoing investigation. It cannot order the court to refrain from initiating investigation into crimes against humanity, war crimes, or genocide against the national of a third state, immunity for those responsible for crimes against humanity. Therefore, imposing embargoes, blockade, and economic sanctions, apart from being inhuman and undignified, is not devious because it perpetuates a state of war under the guise of peace and often proceeds from an economic logic. Is it not a paralegal form of economic guerrilla warfare as analyzed by Salah al-Mukhtar, and I quote, sanction on Iraq a penalty, and does it not engage the responsibility of the state that apply it, since it is no more and no less than a wrongful act under Article 1 of the Code of the International Responsibility of States, since it is stipulated therein, I quote, that any internationally wrongful act of a state engage its international responsibility, unquote. Today, the whole multilateral UN system is undergoing a crisis of legitimacy, of legality, of the act of its organ, and of their credibility, of the legitimation and legalization of force of aggression, of the position taken by its leader in favor of liberal globalization. The great absences are the peoples who directly suffer the catastrophic social effect of globalization, mainly because the United Nations has resigned from its obligation to guarantee economic and social development. It is to all these questions that we are asked to answer if we want, as a member of the People's Tribunal against North American imperialism, to provide the people in struggle against these undignified, inhuman acts, which are outside the legality of international law, with element of law to carry out their struggle against oppressors who play with their right to life and human dignity. This struggle is also a decolonial struggle, both political and legal. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're so honored to have you as one of the jurors in this tribunal and to be working with you.
Thank you.
All right, so as the final speaker of the first panel of the day, I am honored to have the opportunity to invite our comrade and our friend, Bouker Omole, communist political leader and activist in Kenya and the current national vice chairperson of the Communist Party of Kenya. Comrade Bouker, thank you so much for joining us with such time difference.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the People's Tribunal for having put up this important process that will help the Communist Party of Kenya to meet its internationalism duty to highlight the plight of all the oppressed people of the world. Our mandate or our role as a political party will be to prosecute this case in the most powerful court, the court of public opinion, and try to win as much support against imperialism and to advance our cause, in terms of organizing. And in the spirit of the tribunal, we will want to say categorically that what we call sanctions or financial blockades or embargoes are actually an offshoot for, imperialism, and actually a declaration of war. So we cannot call them any other thing. And when we look at sanctions, the Communist Party of Kenya is interested to highlight, most importantly, that the sanctions are just not, affecting the countries that they are targeted, but the sanctions, the financial, the commercial blockades affects all of us. Some of us directly, some of us indirectly. So in the course of this tribunal, we will be able to highlight that. And even when we talk about law and imperialism, the Communist Party of Kenya holds a very strong, position that law is not class neutral. In fact, law for every epoch has always been used, to further the dictatorship of a few. In the colonial Kenya, the colonial law advanced oppression of the oppressed people. And when the law cannot serve imperialism, then they try to interpret it to serve imperialism. And even after interpreting it, if it fails, then they blatantly do not follow those laws. And that is why every time we always call on the degenerating empire, the United States, please respect international law. They won't respect those international law unless those international law actually props imperialism. And when we talk about education and imperialism, also the Communist Party of Kenya takes a very clear stand that actually imperialism want to miseducate people. They want to put metaphysics over materialism. They want to put hallucination over science. And when it comes to organization, they want us to organize around, things that are not important to us. They want to divide us around race. They want to divide us around issues to do with, sex. They want to divide us, for example, here in Kenya, around issues to do with tribe. But the solidarity with the oppressed people remains the same. Now, we still recognize that this failed policy of sanctions, we call it failed because it is a failed policy, but it has affected the people of the global south in very tremendous ways. So the voice of the global south got to continue to raise it. That even though it is a failed policy of isolation, but in actual sense, it has made life difficult for the majority of the poor people. So the Communist Party of Kenya has made 7 phases to try and simplify what you may call, the failed policy of the, United States unilateral sanctions. And probably all of you now know that the United States do not have a foreign policy. They only have interest. So they're always talking about American interests. So what are some of these phases that we have been able to classify? The first one is that the United States tries to groom, so we call it grooming. They try to groom, its would-be victim. And during grooming, I think the United States propaganda machinery is mobilized to praise the local leader, as being, democratic. And the best friend that actually they may want to, to collaborate with. So it's actually imperialism disguised as a genuine friend. In Africa here, we have a small saying that when, a rat appears on your bed at night, they bite, but when you're about to wake up, they have to soothe you with like warm, some warm breath to make sure that you continue sleeping and they continue to eat you. So the United States has developed that kind of policy that during the first time of grooming, they scout around as your friends, but in actual sense, they are eating you. So during that stage, comrades, there are people or countries that have chosen to collaborate with the empire and accept imperialism. Like I think in some of the African countries, like where I come from here in Kenya, they allow the United States to lecture them about democracy and such kind of things. But in actual sense, those people who resist, in my opinion, they may suffer in the short run, but the long victory belongs to them. That is why every time we say Democratic People's Republic of Korea is not defeated. They are still limping, but heading to, victory. Cuba is not defeated. They might have been affected by unilateral sanctions, but victory belongs to them. And they are paying a heavy price for humanity. And for that reason, we stand in solidarity with them. But even after that choice that you made, whether you decided to collaborate or you decide to resist, the United States creates two distinct lists, either a favor or failure. Favor is to try and say that they will bring those countries that have, those organizations that have devastated economies like IMF and World Bank to help you streamline your economy. They start with such policies like, that defunct AGOA program to try and create economic processing zones in your country with a view that you may think that they want to help you employ your people, but definitely they just want to exploit almost free labor, and they want to, use your country as a dumping ground for, substandard and second-hand goods, or even, have a closure for your industrialization project to just make you a distributor of cheap raw material. But those are the people that gets into the favor list of the degenerating empire. But those who resist and start an inward trajectory towards building their economies, then those countries are the victims of sanctions. Those are the victims of the United States and the Western propaganda machinery, the lie factory of the BBC and the CNN. They take, they take it upon themselves to, to make it as black as possible. They call those countries dictators. In a nutshell, it is a way of calling a dog a bad name to kill them. You just start blaming your dog around that, you've done this, but in actual sense, you've made a choice, a deliberate choice to do it. So in that case, then you have all these fake travel, advisories. They start putting you in what they're calling, anti-human rights records. They start to fund some, fake revolutions in the name of color revolutions at home and try to put more pressure, in actual sense so that you may accept, or even accept to collaborate or let that total mess that they have caused from external, be the failure at home. They try to actually, actually force the people of that country in terms of suffering. So they start, you will see somewhere people are lining for toilet paper. You see somewhere, then they call it failure for socialism. But in actual sense, no country has been left alone to pursue its socialist project without the interference of the United States of America and the Washington Wall Consensus. So what then comes next if, the sanctions kept on, they keep on revising them. Sometimes they move even from now, even stringent, conditions are being placed every time. We looked at those raft of, policies that Trump passed against Cuba to try and make it even much more difficult. But for those countries who, choose resistance and to organize an alternative way, just manage to survive. So even though the collaborators might be put in what we call the exemption list, but at the end of the day, they will still have problems. Because once the austerity measure starts to, to pick up, then what the United States calls an exemption list is no longer an exemption list. There will be a genuine, resistance from home among the jobless youths. There will be difficulty in terms of, for example, after they create what they're calling their client states, then they continue to push and make sure that all the policies, domestic policies, are just, following American imperialism to provide, much room for exploitations. So collaborators, even though they don't get total ransacking at the beginning, but only for a while. But those who reject, then of course, the US dangles hope and false sense of control, in the name of the multinationals. But what follows then, comrades, when we look carefully, is that the idea at the end product of the sanctions is geared towards not just a regime change, but untold suffering for the people. And if that regime change cannot be effected from the local people, then of course the war will start to come on your doorstep, either from a nearby person, like, we had one time the Iraq was attacking Iran under the support of the United States. And then again, we see now the United States coming again back to now bomb Iraq. So for them, it is about narratives. It's not about anything anchored on truth. But like other speakers have correctly put it, that the oppressor is only strong because they have also collaborators at home. For the global south, they have the rich comprado class, that helps to perfect the political power, and they are rather too weak here at home to even oppress us. So they form alliances of oppression with the United States and their Western allies. And they continue to impose their failed policy. In actual sense, the dictatorship of the capital, the dictatorship of the United States of America. So that is the stage we call delinquence or isolation. That even those countries that suffer isolation, if they do suffer isolation, and in normal discourse, they may look like pariah states. But when you get to visit them, sometimes here in Nairobi, we say that even though we praise Cuba for so many things, but one thing that under the leadership of the Fidel Castro managed to do is to create a new man and a woman, a new human being that is ready for their continental and intercontinental duties. That is the duty of the socialist project. Comrades, the last, which we had called Crack and Raid, we have developed a paper about it, which I could share with you people to have a look, and we hope to improve the paper in the course of the tribunal, and of course publish it to simplify, the imperialism processes in terms of advancing sanctions and their end product. And that is what we call crack and raid. Crack is what the client country has not built. That means they are continuing and even moving with their heads even much higher. But the collaborators that have now become the United States dogs in the continent, they are in total panic because they cannot control the economies at home. So we find, like, for example, if you go to countries like Congo, you have United States mercenaries there, you have the multinationals gangs, and now weapons are being donated. Like now, in fact, the end I've heard about what they want to call, the Russian-Ukraine war, but as we know, it's a proxy war happening in Ukraine. But now they start to even donate, what they're calling military aid, basically to fund an endless conflicts to enable them to continue to ravage chaos and to impose their hegemony in the entire globe. So comrades and friends, I look forward to having a good interaction with all of you in the course of the 6 months. And we hope that from the Communist of Kenya perspective, we are going to be able to add more in terms of making this, political process, a big challenge to imperialism, and also to add more fire into the growing of anti-imperialist front and to bring more forces on board. Thank you, and thank you very much, comrades.
Thank you so much, comrade. All right, well, before we break, I'd like to acknowledge two of our comrades who joined us later in the room. Vanessa Ramos from American Association of Jurists. Thank you so much for being with us. As well as Sherry Spurden-Estelli, who's also serving as a jury of the tribunal. Sherry, would you like to say a few words, or you're good? Perfect, thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Mohammad Taya, who's joining us online from Lebanon, and he's also one of the jurors of the tribunal. Thank you so much, Dr. Taya, for joining us. All right, yes, please. We will reconvene in 30 minutes for our second and last panel. And please help yourself with refreshments and be back on time. Thank you so much.
Hello? Hello? Oh, we're gonna get going in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Check.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Suzanne, and I'm going to be introducing and facilitating today's second panel, which is an amazing panel of some esteemed individuals who are part of our movement. And I will start that introduction with some important announcements. But before I do any of that, I'd like to introduce somebody to come to the platform to introduce our next speaker. I'd like to introduce Ambassador Joaquin Perez from the Venezuelan Mission. Welcome.
Gracias, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Good afternoon. Dear brothers and sisters and comrades, it feels good to be home. It's always good to be here at the People's Forum. I feel home. Together with so many comrades that, together with Venezuela and many others, have for long been giving the good fight in this common struggle against US imperialism. A decade in imperialism that has been built not on the adherence to international law, but on the prevalence of the use of force, of aggression, of coercion, of terror, and of the plundering of the resources of sovereign nations. Today's discussion is not only relevant, but very much timely, especially in the midst of the current international juncture and in light of all the systematic violations to the UN Charter and the rule of law by the US government in its desperate attempt to retain a frenetic hegemonism that no longer has place in today's multipolar world. Therefore, the launch of today's process is a step in the right direction, we believe, towards ensuring accountability for the extremely long list of crimes committed by the US government over the past century. It is also a step in the right direction for ensuring the prevalence of the rule of law and not the rule of the jungle at all levels, without double standards of any sort. No one is above the law, as enshrined in the very US Constitution. With that, I would like to introduce a pre-recorded video message that has been sent by someone who is a regular and a good friend to this house, Carlos Ron, Venezuela's Deputy Foreign Minister for North America and President of the Simón Bolívar Institute for Peace and Solidarity Amongst Peoples. I thank you and I wish you great success in this project while reaffirming Venezuela's unwavering commitment with supporting each and every endeavor aimed not only at ensuring accountability, but also at putting an end to all sanctions, blockades, and economic coercive measures that are currently unilaterally imposed by the US government against over 1/3 of humanity in more than 30 countries. Peace profound, dear comrades. I thank you very much.
My name is Carlos Ron. I am Vice Minister of Foreign Relations for North America of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I'm also the President of the Simón Bolívar Institute for Peace and Solidarity Among Peoples. It's an honor to be able to participate in this International People's Tribunal on US imperialism. I think it's an important time for us to be talking about imperialism today, how it affects us, but also to look at the historic roots of this conflict for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are at this year, 2023, will mark the 200-year anniversary of the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine, issued by President James Monroe on December 2nd of 1823, was basically a statement where it could even be misleading at a point, because it seemed as if it was some sort of recognition of the victory, of the success of the independent struggles of our Latin American revolutions. However, behind the notion of recognizing independence and telling the European continent that the American hemisphere was no longer open for European colonization, well, what was really the underlying message was that it was the United States who now became the superpower or the stronger of the nations, and the only one that had the right to somehow determine the future of this region. So what we have basically since 1823 is this a struggle between two ideas and two worldviews, basically. One where you have a struggle for independence, a struggle for emancipation, a struggle for building and creating a new society, as was the one led for South American independence, of which Simón Bolívar was probably the most distinguished person, figure that moved forward within this movement. And then you have, of course, this Monroeism stemming from the United States, where basically assuming the position that they were somehow in a better, had a better opportunity to guide destinies of the entire region than did the newly formed republics. Now, the root of this idea, this debate, of this dispute between both visions, comes precisely from even a bit before the age of Monroe. You had Thomas Jefferson in 1786 write a letter that which I will just quote very quickly, but that shows the perception that the founding fathers of the United States had about our region. It says, "Our confederacy must be viewed as the nest from which all America, North and South, is to be peopled. We should take care not to think it for the interests of that great continent to press soon onto the Spaniards," meaning the United States should not push for the Spaniards to relinquish or to lose control of these new republics. Those countries, according to Jefferson, cannot be in better hands. My fear is that they are too feeble to hold them till our population can be sufficiently advanced to gain it from them piece by piece. So if you already have in 1786 this idea that somehow all of the territories south of the United States border was going to be an integrated part of the United States. Now, this idea or this notion manifested itself throughout the 20th century. And here we fast forward a bit, but it's important that we understand that this ongoing conflict between a people that feel they are entitled to create their own future, to create their own institutions, to create their own way of living, it has been always confronted by these other group of people who feel entitled to the resources and the control, basically, of that territory. Until this issue is resolved, and the only way that it could really be resolved is either by the people of Latin America and the Caribbean relinquishing their liberty, or by the people from the United States, or the leaders, I should say, of the United States, abandoning their idea that they have a right, or that is somehow their backyard. Well, until that tension is resolved, we'll see a constant acts of intervention, constant acts of meddling into the internal affairs of Latin America, and we'll see, this tension that we have seen throughout these last 200 years, which is a tension that has produced a lot of violence and has manifested itself in terrible occurrences such as coup d'etats, invasions, and loss of sovereignty on the part of our countries. During the 20th century, we saw many instances of violence, particularly imperialism basically defended many oppressive regimes and many oppressive forces throughout Latin America that somehow tried to backtrack the project of independence and of emancipation that was originally envisioned in the revolutionary movements. Wealth concentrated into elites, and these elites, in order to defend or to maintain that concentrated wealth and that concentrated power throughout the region, basically appealed to this spirit of the Monroe Doctrine, of course, and to the interest up in the United States that there were under resources of Latin America, and basically established a combined force made up of U.S. interests and local lackeys, and at the same time local also interest of maintaining that domination. So that's why movements for land reform, movements for democratization often were attacked or were somehow confronted precisely by the support of the United States. We have the example here, for example, in Venezuela in the 1950s, where a very vicious dictatorship had been established by Marcos Pérez Jiménez, which was basically a dictatorship that persecuted any form of democratic movement, persecuted the communists, persecuted the social democrats, persecuted all these forces, social Christian forces that were trying to open up Venezuela into a democracy, and that were primarily trying to promote two things: a strong control, national control over the oil industry, which is basically dominated by foreign interests of primarily of the U.S., but also British or Dutch capital, and also to promote the needed land reform that would break away from structures of land domination that were inherited from colonial times. Now, this dictatorship was supported by the United States, trying to in its struggle during the Cold War against communism and against anything that was the sort of scene that could be, raise some self-determination issues. So the United States backed the dictatorship until it was no longer able to sustain itself, and a democratic movement took power. That democratic movement was also co-opted at a very early stage. And what has been the liberation movement from communists and social democrats together, it started isolating the left, basically the communists and all progressive forces therein, and again became a system where now, under the veil of democracy, it would still cater to the interests of foreign companies, to the interests of the United States. And that was just one example. We've seen other very terrible instances in the region. We saw the dictatorships of the Southern Cone, Brazil, Argentina, Chile under Pinochet. This year is the 50th anniversary of the coup against President Allende, which was the first Marxist president democratically elected in this continent, and that was also attacked by U.S. interests. Now, so basically, every time we've seen liberation attempts, during the 20th century, we saw this violence come after it. What we see today, though, it's a different moment. In the same way they recognized in the Venezuelan case that they got to a point where they could no longer openly support a dictatorship, and then they just co-opted a democratic movement in order to continue advancing their interests. Well, the same way they realized that they could no longer, in the 21st century, project exactly the same type of violence, of military coup or invasions as they used to do during the 20th century. So basically, they went to another modality, which is a modality that we need to discuss today and that we want to expose today, which is the modality of a hybrid war. Now, it's no longer the traditional coup d'etat, it's no longer the traditional Marines landing at the coast. Now it's a different type of warfare against popular liberation movements. It's a warfare that basically enters into all ranges of normal life of a country. You have a media attack where you basically start running narratives that are counter to the popular interest, and you try to impose those narratives on a controlled space of telecommunications. We see the issue of lawfare being used, courts, the judicial system being used against popular movements to reverse even elections when these elections give an outcome of popular leaders that are for sovereignty and are for independence. The case, for example, that comes to mind is what we saw in Brazil, how President Dilma was overthrown basically by a lawfare attack by having courts turning against her, and then these same courts prohibiting Lula from running as president. Now that was reversed, fortunately, in the last last several months. But that struggle, all that had to be done in order to achieve that, shows that this is a force of imperialism that we should also counteract. And of course, we have the presence of the unilateral coercive measures. These are measures taken against our countries that, again, that promote independent policy. These are called sanctions, but they're erroneously called sanctions because they are really measures that are taken unilaterally and that are taken outside of the framework of international law. The only space where you could actually impose these measures legally is within the Security Council. And even then, by very different parameters as those of the United States. What the United States is basically doing is taking measures that will force a government, to switch its behavior or make it fall. And what we have seen in Venezuela, we have seen with the measures that have been taken since, especially since 2017, although there were some that were taken before, but since 2017, what we have seen is an attempt to basically break down every structure of the country, break down its economy, break down every social program that was actually being successful, that was actually helping people overcome illiteracy, overcome sickness, overcome lack of housing. All these measures that were being successful, they were attacked basically by a prohibition for Venezuela to carry out normal trade, to carry out renegotiate debt, to sell its oil outside, and an economy that is basically dependent on oil was vastly affected by this. Now, what we see, and what I think it's important that we realize is that these efforts of applying universal unilateral coercive measures on a whole population constitute a crime against humanity, because these attacks in itself these attacks are aimed at hurting, at causing pain into a large population, at making sure that this population will somehow rebel or act against its own government in order to achieve in the end the purposes that benefit U.S. interests. So we have to denounce this. We have to denounce this practice. We have to denounce this form of trying to hide behind something that seems more somehow kinder than the traditional interventions. It seems people in the United States government will sell the idea that when you impose a sanction, or you're only trying to hurt a specific people, you're only trying to hurt a specific government, but you're not hurting the people overall, because there's exceptions to these rules. But in practice, what we've seen is that the whole economy has broken down. The imports of food, of medicine, break down, and that affects all of the population, not just a government and not just a single person. So we must not fall into this trap, and we have to hold people accountable for this. We have to hold people like John Bolton, like Mike Pompeo, like all these people that had a role to play in imposing these measures against Venezuela, as they do against Cuba, which has been blockaded for over 60 years, or as they do in other places around the world. But we have to hold these people accountable, because in reality, what we're facing is a massive attack on our economies, on our livelihoods, and on our rights, on our human rights, in order to be exercised. Greetings, friends. My name is Carlos Ron. I am Vice Minister of Foreign Relations for North America. Greetings, friends. My name is Carlos Ron.
Okay. So I just want to start with a couple of announcements. First of all, we are going to have a question and answer session after the second panel. I also want to remind you that we have a website called sanctionstribunal.org. And if you go to the bottom of the homepage, there's an opportunity for folks to donate as well to this project. And we will be, in the very near future, also uploading a page in which people around the world will have the opportunity to share their evidence of the impact of sanctions and other unilateral coercive measures to contribute to our tribunals. And I think before I start, I think there's also an announcement. Is Fatima here? I can do that. Would you like to make that announcement? Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tomorrow there will be an emergency demo for Palestine in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn on 72nd Street and 5th Avenue. So please share and all of you join us. Thank you.
2 o'clock.
At 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Sorry. 2 p.m.
Okay. So I want to first read a message to you all from colleagues and comrades of ours who could not be with us today in person or online because of the sanctions regime. I have a letter here from the Korean Democratic Lawyers Association of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The letter was written on the occasion of the first meeting of the Asia Pacific lawyers on participation in the tribunal, when they asked me to read it today. Dear friends, first of all, we'd like to send our solidarity greetings to all the attendants and to those who have organized this meeting for the lawyers and activists who love justice, even under the world health crisis. Today, sanctions have become a main means for the imperialists like the US to invade, plunder, dominate, and intervene in other countries. The US provoked the war on the Korean Peninsula to rule over the whole area, but was defeated ignominiously in the 3 Years' War. After then, the US has been stubbornly persisting in the economic sanctions, regarding it as a main link of anti-DPRK stifle policy, while continuously committing the military threat aimed at the DPRK. The sanctions towards the DPRK by the US and its followers are unprecedented in the aspects of wickedness, despicableness, persistence, and sustainability. The US has been selfishly applying sanctions against independent countries like Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Russia, and Syria that do not yield to them. Economic sanctions by the US towards the DPRK have a long history and wide scope above all. In the past, the Korean Democratic Lawyers Association has exposed and condemned the US's anti-human and illegal sanctions with detailed information in meetings organized by the international organizations like COLAP, the Confederation of Lawyers of Asia Pacific, on several occasions. So I'm not going to re-mention the enormous data regarding it in this place, but I'd like to remind you that the sanctions by the US and its followers against the TPRK is getting more vicious, particularly under this pandemic health crisis. As an anti-PRK hostile policy by the US to stifle a whole country and a whole nation is the most persistent and harsh and inhumane hostility towards a sovereign state. It totally runs counter to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, which stipulate that it is to maintain international peace and security, develop friendly relations among nations based on the principles of equal rights and self-determination of people, and shall refrain from threat or use of force based on the principle of sovereign equality. Hence, it cannot be tolerated. The US's dirty economic sanctions are being naturally condemned and rejected by the progressive mankind who love justice and peace, and the international voice of demanding the withdrawal of the anti-TPRK hostile policy is getting louder day by day. Nevertheless, contrary to such trend, the US and its vessel forces are trying to intensify sanctions against the TPRK, possessed by a foolish delusion to stifle the DPRK not only by political and military ways, but also economically. The US cannot stop the advance of the DPRK struggling to build up a prosperous country by itself. However, they stifle the DPRK economically and obliterate the rights to existence and development of the Korean people. Korean people under the leadership of Kim Jong-un, the president of the State of Affairs of the DPRK, are vigorously marching towards the fresh victory of socialism, holding the banner of prosperity by its own efforts, overcoming all sorts of intervention and high-handedness of imperialism. Progressive mankind who desire for the independence should make one voice in condemning the economic sanctions by US imperialism in the fields of economy, trade, finance, and so on, to pressure and overturn the sovereign states, regarding it as a grave challenge against the UN Charter, international laws, and infringement of sovereignty and inhumane crime. And we have to develop the unity and cooperation further on and against the unilateral arbitrariness of the US. We believe that this meeting would condemn the anti-DPRK hostile policy and the sanctions by the US and express firm solidarity to the just cause of the Korean people. Thank you. So before I introduce the first speaker, I wanted to just say, well, you know, having been listening to the first panel, I was reminded actually of the summer after I graduated from high school and went to visit my family in Jordan. And my uncle, who was a Father Musa Adeli, who was a Jordanian Roman Catholic priest, took me to Baghdad. And it was 1 year after the first Gulf War, and it was 1 year into the sanctions, right? And his mission was to bring humanitarian aid to the Iraqi people. He was also a Ba'athist, and I think he was like really worried that his nieces were going to be influenced by US propaganda. So he took us to Iraq. And you know, I started to sort of be able to see the impact of those policies firsthand, right? Visiting hospitals, visiting families also that were impacted by the war. And I came back to the US, and my sister and I started to get involved in the movement to lift the sanctions against Iraq. And that was being led by some wonderful people in New York and Washington, DC, who were part of a growing peace movement. And we were part of civil disobedience that took place at the UN and took place at the White House. And then, at that time, I really started to see the impact. I was looking at sanctions kind of like through this humanitarian lens, right? And through this framework of like violations of human rights. And I think that is still very a relevant framework, but over the years, and particularly like as a result of having this opportunity to work on this project with all of these amazing scholars and activists and lawyers, it sort of also helped to develop my analysis to see that these policies are actually part of a global system, right? It's part of kind of an effort to make basically the global south dependent to imperialism, right? Economically. And I think that's sort of really, really important for us not just to have those conversations like, during our legal meetings or scholarly meetings, but that's really kind of important to figure out like how to have those conversations in our sort of community-based popular struggles and sort of help to build that analysis and really sort of this idea of our movement having to be global, right? In the way that Nilofer said, building that kind of bottom-up anti-imperialist struggle. And I'd also like to mention that 3 days ago, I went to Miami to the Federal Detention Center to visit a political prisoner by the name of Alex Saab. As you can imagine, it was a very difficult visit. The attack against Alex Saab by the US imperialist government has really taken a toll on him physically and mentally. But I was really grateful to have the opportunity to meet him, right? Because he really was very generous and forthcoming in letting me and my colleague Audrey Bomsey hear his narrative, right? Of how he saw the US government trying to put economic pressure on Venezuela at the very moment that Chavez was elected, right? And why he chose to put himself at risk, right? And we did sort of like publish a short statement on the NLG IDL website if you guys would like to read more about like what our impressions were. But I just wanted to say that one of the things that he said to us was, a nuclear bomb would be easier. At least with a nuclear bomb, we would die right away. With sanctions, we die every day, right? And I don't know if you're familiar with sort of what has been happening, particularly in his legal defense. But it's really kind of illuminating of the ways that US courts are used to support US imperialist policies. So I kind of encourage you to learn more about that case. But the one thing that I really just want to say is that the reason why Alex Saab has been targeted so viciously from the moment that he was detained and tortured in Cape Verde and then kidnapped and brought to the United States is because of his role in helping Venezuela challenge US sanctions, right? And particularly doing it in a way where Venezuela and Iran were acting in solidarity with each other, right? And that's what the United States doesn't want to see happen. And in many ways, the prosecution of Alex Saab is for the purpose of giving people sort of a chilling effect, right? For those who are willing to sort of, risk themselves to be able to challenge and resist and neutralize these policies, right? So in addition to interrogating the impact of these tribunals, right, collectively, we also need to think about what it means to defend those who are resisting, right? And I think the case is a reminder of how important it is for that resistance to be global. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm very happy to introduce our first speaker, Alfred de Zayas, who is a professor of international law at the Geneva School of Diplomacy, former UN independent expert on international order from 2012 to 18, former senior lawyer with the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights,
former secretary of the UN Human Rights Committee, author of 12 books, including Building a Just World, from Clarity Press, Atlanta, 2021. He's a US and Swiss citizen, and he's a resident of Geneva, Switzerland. Alfred, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Distinguished participants, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this scourge of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights by billions of human beings worldwide has been the subject of examination by numerous United Nations bodies, notably the General Assembly, the Commission on Human Rights, the Subcommission on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights, the Human Rights Committee, the Human Rights Council and its advisory committee, the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and the Working Group on the Right to Development. The Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has organized panel discussions to document the adverse impacts of unilateral coercive measures on the right to life, the right to health, the right to food, the right to clean water and sanitation, the right to housing, the right to work, the right to education, and of course, the right to development. Unilateral coercive measures have been condemned as contrary to the UN Charter and customary international law, particularly because of the illegal extraterritorial application of domestic legislation, their assault on the sovereignty of states, the violation of the norm of non-intervention and non-interference in the internal affairs of states, freedom of commerce and navigation, principles which are enshrined in international legal instruments. Moreover, the destabilizing impact of unilateral coercive measures can amount to a threat to international peace and security within the meaning of Article 39 of the UN Charter. In the year 2014, the function of the Special Rapporteur on Unilateral Coercive Measures was created, and the first two rapporteurs, the late Dr. Idris Al-Saidi and Professor Alena Dohan, have submitted to the Human Rights Council and General Assembly detailed thematic and country reports demanding the lifting of these sanctions in view of their detrimental impacts on nearly all human rights. In his 2018 report to the Human Rights Council, the independent expert on international order analyzed the adverse impacts of unilateral coercive measures on the Venezuelan population, which demonstrably have caused and continue to cause many deaths as a result of scarcity of foods, medicines, medical equipment, and parts. The report succinctly states, sanctions kill. Unilateral coercive measures have also caused bankruptcies and unemployment, leading to mass immigration. And although these economic migrants are not refugees per se, their plight has been examined by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Most recently, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 77/214, condemning unilateral coercive measures, recalling, inter alia, that according to the Declaration on Principles of International Law Concerning Friendly Relations and the relevant principles of the Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States, in particular, Article 32 thereof, no state may use or encourage the use of economic, political, or any other type of measures to coerce another state in order to obtain from it the subordination of the exercise of its sovereign rights and to secure from it advantages of any kind. Resolution 77/214 further acknowledges that unilateral coercive measures are one of the major obstacles to the implementation of the Declaration on the Right to Development and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In the specific case of U.S. sanctions against Cuba, it bears repeating that the General Assembly has adopted 30 resolutions condemning the U.S. embargo against Cuba. The last one, Resolution 77/7 of 3 November 2022, with nearly universal approval. Only the U.S. and Israel voted against it. The last relevant resolution by the Human Rights Council was Resolution 49/6 of 31 March 2022, which recalled that the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights stipulate that in no case may a people be deprived of its own means of subsistence, which frequently is precisely the purpose of these unilateral coercive measures. Resolution 49/6 urges all states to stop adopting, maintaining, or implementing unilateral coercive measures because they are contrary to international humanitarian law, constitute collective punishment, they are contrary to the Charter of the United Nations and the norms and principles governing peaceful relations among states. The resolution calls upon states and relevant United Nations agencies to take concrete measures to mitigate the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on humanitarian assistance, especially during the COVID-19 crisis. Unlike the near unanimity of the General Assembly in condemning the U.S. embargo against Cuba, at the Human Rights Council, 14 states actually voted against the Human Rights Council resolution, among them the United States and European Union states. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a scandal, is a disgrace for all states who give lip service to human rights, but deliberately cause the deaths of the most vulnerable in Cuba, Nicaragua, Syria, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, and other targeted countries. We must recognize that notwithstanding the obvious illegality of unilateral coercive measures, powerful states still impose unilateral coercive measures in total impunity. This is a matter that should be addressed by the General Assembly under Article 96 of the UN Charter, requesting the International Court of Justice to issue an advisory opinion on the subject, in particular on the legal consequences of the continued violation of international law by those states that impose UCMs and their obligation to make reparation to the victims. The International Court of Justice should also examine the question of whether UCMs constitute the use of force within the meaning of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter, which prohibits the threat or the use of force. Indeed, modern wars are hybrid wars encompassing many forms of coercion, contrary to the letter and spirit of the UN Charter. Those states who impose UCMs may try to escape responsibility by arguing that international law has somehow changed because states like the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and the United Union have hitherto imposed sanctions and actually gotten away with it, thereby, as they argue, legitimizing the practice. Well, this argument contains a serious logical fallacy. Violating international law with impunity does not and cannot change international law. You can only change Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter by amending the Charter, which, of course, actions like those committed by the United States and Canada and the United Kingdom, the imposition of sanctions cannot possibly change international law. What we see here is that the international community does not have effective machinery to enforce international law, and therefore we are in an impasse as long as the United States, United Kingdom, and France can block enforcement action by the Security Council. So here I remind everybody of a principle of international law, ex injuria non oritur ius, which means that no new right emerges from a violation of law, no right emerges from a wrong. Moreover, besides the responsibility of states for international wrongful acts, the international criminal aspect of UCMs should be examined by the International Criminal Court. To the extent that tens of thousands of persons have demonstrably lost their lives as a direct or indirect result of sanctions regimes, it is provable that certain UCMs constitute crimes against humanity for purposes of Article 7 of the Rome Statute. Finally, I just wanted to remind the listeners that for the last 3 days, the new High Commissioner for Human Rights has been visiting Venezuela on the invitation of the Venezuelan government. I hope that he will call clearly for the lifting of sanctions. I have taken a brief look at his end of mission statement, and it gives me the impression that he downplays the impact of sanctions and that he is more or less repeating part of the narrative that we know already from the Western press, and that is highly regrettable. In any event, I also know the letter sent by Amnesty International to Volker Turk in advance of his visit to Venezuela, in which essentially they're asking for regime change. In any event, sanctions kill, we know that, and it is our responsibility to say it loud and clear and to condemn it. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alfred. I'd just like to first quickly acknowledge that we're joined today by Ivan Casal Amat, the second Secretary of the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Cuba, and Mrs. Rosa Amelia Guerra Tamayo, the third Secretary of the Cuban Mission. And they're here today with our second speaker, Alejandro Gonzalez Bamaras. He's the first Secretary of the Permanent Mission of Cuba to the United Nations. He's a graduate of the Havana University Law School and of the Higher Institute of International Relations of Cuba. He's a senior expert on human rights and humanitarian and social affairs. Welcome, Alejandro.
First, good afternoon. Thank you for having us. It's a great privilege to represent the mission of Cuba in this event, particularly in a panel with our brothers from Venezuela and the distinguished professor from which we have all, those of us that have been working for a bit in the human rights area, have benefited from the work of Professor Alfred de Zayas. So it's a double pleasure, professionally and personally, for me to be part of this panel. And I want to take the opportunity of perhaps putting things a bit into context after the explanation that was provided earlier by the previous speaker in the case of Cuba, because ours is the longest system of unilateral coercive measures, AKA, in my opinion, wrongfully AKA sanctions. Because sanctions, even the word is an euphemism, and it's a kind of justification for the act itself. And I think that those of us that believe that UCMs are a wrongful thing to do under international law should call them by their name. Because when you say that sanctions are in place, you are either equating the sanctions imposed under Article 7 of the UN Charter by the Security Council to unilateral coercive measures, which are different things, or you are justifying the imposition of UCMs by calling them something that they aren't. Because when you say that I am sanctioning you, you are presuming that I have the right to do so because I am in a moral grounds higher than yours, and that you have done something wrong, which isn't the case, certainly not the Cuban case, because the genesis of this system in the case of Cuba is as was in the, and I think it's a very timely organization of the panel, because our brothers from Venezuela put in context, in historical context, the Monroe Doctrine. And for in memorable times, we have been part, as Latin American country, as a very close, geographically speaking, Latin American country, part of the appetites of domination of U.S. imperialism and of the U.S. government throughout decades. So the U.S. blockade against Cuba is part of that legacy of an attempt to dominate us. I would say that over this more than 60 years already, this very complicated, intricate system that has legislative components, but also executive ones, has had a heavy toll, the heaviest toll actually, in the development of my country and in the exercise and fulfillment of the human rights of our people. Now, I am sure that my brother Joaquin would agree that neither the Bolivarian government or the revolutionary Cuban government have been able to conquer the kind of country that we would like for our peoples. And we haven't been able to do that, not because of a lack of political will, which we have had all the time, but because of the heavy toll of UCMs. The second point I wanted to make is this idea that was also very eloquently elaborated by Professor De Zayas, is this idea that the application of UCMs is a legitimate thing as a part of an exercise of promoting or defending national interests. Those of us that have the privilege of serving our countries in the UN, we have to hear, I would say, quite cynical statements by the representatives of some countries that were mentioned by Professor De Zayas on the idea that UCMs are a legitimate tool to pursue national and foreign policy instruments. So this brings us back to the idea that I am better than you, so my interest is more important than your right. Philosophically speaking, this is, I would have to say, very difficult to understand when you are trying to put yourself in a higher moral ground than the one that you are saying I'm at. So this is also something that we need to keep in mind because this is what they say when over 30 years in a row, the overwhelming majority of the UN has supported the claim of the Cuban people against the US blockade. If you see, the first talking point would be that from the US in their explanation of vote to trying to somehow, if it is possible, justify to the world what they are doing to our people, is that, no, but you need to understand that UCMs are a legitimate tool of foreign policy, which again has already been very eloquently demonstrated that they run contrary to the Charter of the UN, because if the UN recognizes that all states are equal, so if I am equal to you, you are not in a higher ground to be able to punish me unilaterally for something that you think I have done against your national interest, which isn't the case. Unless your natural interest is to dominate me and obliterate me and prevent me from exercising my right. So this is what is, and I try to be very colloquial, this is what is messed up. The original sin of this discussion is that they are trying to prevent us from having our rights in a world where they are saying constantly that they are promoting the rule of law. And the biggest tool of rule of law that we have at the international level is the Charter. But again, the Charter for them is only used when it is convenient. Now then, the other point I wanted to make, because I think it's very important, is this idea that we are sanctioning you or enforcing UCMs on you because we are concerned, in the case of Cuba, about your human rights record. Now, this is another very cynical statement, because so you are concerned about how we exercise our human rights, but then you put in place a system that prevents me to achieving the human rights that you say you are defending. So it makes no sense. And it's also a demonstration of how little they care about human life. It is demonstrated by the UN machinery, as Professor Desaya has very eloquently argued and explained, that there is a direct impact on human rights. I can quote many examples of what has happened in the case of Cuba, and Joaquin come up here and do the same thing with what has happened to our Bolivarian brothers. And if you ask any other country under UCMs, they will be able to do the same. In the midst of the pandemic, we had an oxygen crisis, as everyone, even this country, we were here. My wife and I were here in the US, posted already when the COVID hit. And even in a very developed country without no either sanctions or UCMs imposed on them, struggled to cope and to be able to ensure healthcare, appropriate healthcare for their citizens. So in the middle of the pandemic, we had a oxygen crisis because the plant that was producing the oxygen in Cuba broke. Some spare parts were needed, and we couldn't get those spare parts because of the blockade. Well, the blockade wasn't lifted. No exceptions were made. So this gives you the idea that how little they care about human life. We have been able to purchase insulin, things as basic as insulin for diabetes, because a part of the blockade against Cuba is to persecute Cuban transactions. So we can't use dollars. We can't operate in American banks. And unfortunately, from a revolutionary perspective, the international system is based upon or very embedded into the American economy and the other way around. So not having the possibility of using the dollar freely, as most other countries can do, persecuting, freezing accounts extraterritorially, I might add, is something that has a very direct impact against an economy. If on top of that, without no justification, you put Cuba in a list of states that allegedly do not cooperate fully with the fight against terrorism, that is an unilateral list drafted in the offices of the State Department, again, with no moral grounds, no authority, either of a moral nature or of the international community. What I mean is that no one has asked the US that you should draft this list. No one has. And for this list to be even considered as legitimate, the first state that should be in that list would be themselves. Because my country has had the experience of state-sponsored terrorism against Cuba from the United States territory with the knowledge of the US government throughout history. Recently, there were some documents that were released, and I'm sure some of you might know that in 1976, we had a plane with over 70 or 80 people who lost their lives that were brought down by a bomb, a terrorist attack. And everyone in the law enforcement agencies in the US knew about this. No one said anything, and the attack happened, and over 80 people lost their lives. So it is very cynical, again, for this government or this system to think they have the authority of drafting a list that they should be heading if the list were to be credible at all. Now, but being in this list has a very negative impact into the economy of any country, because when you are going to get into financial transactions, if you are in this list, because again, whether you like it or not, the US has a political and economic power in the international system that you shouldn't disregard. Being in that list is a deterrence for investments, because when someone wants to put, let's say, $50 million in your financial system as part of a cooperation agreement or a development agreement, if you are in that list, you are considered a high-risk country, and then it's a deterrence mechanism. So Cuba is on that list for a couple of years now. No evidence has been shown on why. They don't even take the time of explaining why we are in the list to the international community. So one day they just decided as a political exercise to say that, okay, now Cuba is in the list with, among others, no evidence, but this is the new list and let's use it. So this is very, very negative on the Cuban economy. And again, it's part of the same system of the blockade, because both the blockade and Cuba being in this unjustifiable list is part of a policy of hostility that brings us back to the point that was made by our brother from Venezuela earlier, the attempt of dominating. Because the crux of the matter of the US blockade against Cuba is very simple: to generate the worst possible conditions for people's lives on a daily basis, so that they would turn against their government, overthrow the government, and put in place something that is of the liking of the US. We had this already, so this isn't in our history. I mean, in our Republican history, the first 50 years were precisely the model of country that we had to fight over and construct something else in the interest of our people. But that first half of the 20th century was what was designed from the US national interest perspective for Cuba. And it's what is awaiting for us if the revolution falls, which won't happen because we won't let it, but it's what they want. And again, the cynicism behind the idea that we blockade you because we don't like how you exercise human rights or because how you organize and run things in Cuba, it's very cynical, because we have the data and we have provided it to the international community, and that is why the international community, I mean, Cubans, we are very likable, but the UN supports our struggle because of the data we are providing. And I'm gonna provide some figures so you know what we are talking about, and you can make the link to human rights, which is again at the apparent bedrock of the concerns of the US against, or that attempt to justify the blockade against Cuba. Only between August 2021 and February 2022, you might notice that this is a very difficult moment for the pandemic. This is Omicron speaking for many countries. The blockade caused economic losses for Cuba in the order of $3 billion. Now, in English, in Spanish, 3,000 millions is not a billion, but in English, I understand that 3,000 millions are a billion. So in English mathematics, it would be $3 billion. This represents a 49% increase than the 6 months before. This is Biden still, you know. Only in the first 14 months of the Biden administration, the blockade has cost $6.3 billion in losses to Cuba, in general terms. That amounts for 454 million per month and 15 million per day. So by tomorrow morning, Cuba would have lost an additional 15 million. And for those of us that haven't been very acquainted to the Cuban economy, 15 million for Cuba is like a very big deal. 454 is like, it's a lot of money. Maybe for the US economy, it isn't. I could make the case if the economy of the US were put in favor of the disadvantaged communities. But in any case, for Cuba, 15 million per day is extremely enough, extremely high amount. And over 6 decades, this has amounted in relative terms to $150 billion. And I'm not taking into account the variations of the price of dollar with regards to gold, because if that would be a much bigger number. Now, in specific sectors, because again, part of the this malevolent policy is to say that I'm going to put in place a system that will strangle you, and then I'm going to go to the UN to say that, oh, but you don't have a good human rights record, or Cuba is a failed state, or look what is happening to the quality of life. $185 million lost in that period of 6 months in the energetic sector. This is on top of the persecution, because of the persecution of our economic transactions to be able to buy fuel, because our country is not, unlike our brothers from Venezuela, we are not self-sufficient in the production of the oil we need to light streets and for the daily life, right? So we need to go to the international market and buy fuel for our daily basis and our economy. Now they say that you cannot exercise properly the right to food, for example, in Cuba, and of course we are facing, because of the sanctions and the UCMs and the blockade and whatever you want to call it, we face levels of scarcity that are directly linked to the system imposed to put Cuba in this position. And then they go to the UN and say that, oh, but people in Cuba cannot afford this or cannot afford that. Well, in those 6 months that I quoted, August 2021 and February 2022, in the agricultural sector, and of course, agriculture is the basis of food, $270 million in losses. So this is what I meant, that it's very cynical to put in place a system that does not let me breathe and then go to the UN or anywhere and say that, oh, but you don't breathe enough. And with this, I'll try to wrap up. The idea of I have the authority of telling you what to do when allegedly we are equals is something that cannot be overlooked, because this is what is behind the philosophy of the policy against Cuba that has not changed, although it was part of an electoral promises. But of course, I'm guessing that you all are more used to be lied as part of electoral processes, because the Biden administration said that they would review the policy on Cuba, and that hasn't happened. And we are already, I think, in the 2nd year of the administration. By now, I'm guessing that they're thinking of new promises to win again, and then we will see what happens. But some measures have been taken, but they are, I would say, cosmetic, to put it on friendly terms, but nothing. The relationship between Cuba and the U.S. continues to be marked heavily because of the U.S. blockade against Cuba. And the other thing they say is that to try to justify, okay, so the blockade is the excuse of the Cuban government to explain to the international community that it's a failed state. Well, we have proven that it's not a failed state, but let's flirt with that argument for a second. So if you know that it's my excuse, why don't you lift the excuse and prove your point? They don't lift the excuse because it isn't an excuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro. We're very grateful for your ability to be part of our launch today, and we're very grateful for the Cuban people, and we'll continue to work in solidarity with your movement. Before I introduce the next speaker, I just wanted to acknowledge a couple other people in the room. Margaret Kimberly, where are you? Margaret is an ally and a columnist with Black Agenda Report, and she's also a member of Black Alliance for Peace, which is one of our co-convening organizations. I also want to introduce, and I don't know if I'm going to say your first name right, Asfa Nobiye, who came all the way from Colorado to join us today. He's from Ethiopia, and we're very happy that he is actually going to be working and collaborating with us as we work to build our session on sanctions impacting Ethiopia. So welcome. The next speaker is Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, who's, I believe, joining us online. She's a historian, a writer, an anti-imperialist activist, and professor emeritus at California State University. Roxanne is an author or editor of 15 books, including Loaded, A Disarming History of the Second Amendment, an Indigenous Peoples' History of the United States, and Not a Nation of Immigrants, Settler Colonialism, White Supremacy, and a History of Erasure and Exclusion, as well as 3 volumes of literary memoir. She is at work on a book of essays on Christian white nationalism in the US to be published in 2024. Roxana, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Suzanne, and thanks for the invitation. I'm really happy to be a part of this kickoff of this important international tribunal. And I am sorry I'm not there in person. I would really love to be. Well, I'm going to talk about boring history, but I think it's really important to understand, and especially this relationship of United States settler colonialism to US imperialism. They're interdependent and actually 2 sides of the same coin. And if you miss the other side, the settler colonialism, I think you don't really get the depths. We know the surface very well. Everyone does. I mean, not in the United States, but you all do. But this foundation of what keeps it going and how it creates such power in the world, I think you have to understand the process of the making of the United States. So the United States founders who made up the Secessionist Continental Congress in the early 1770s were mostly slavers who owned vast spreads of land producing commercial crops of tobacco and cotton, export crops, along with wealthy merchants and owners of shipping companies involved in the slave trade, along with other trade. Slaves were simply one of the commodities traded. They were British citizens being restrained by their monarch from expanding the 13 colonies to enrich themselves. They were proud imperialists, very proud. They absolutely bragged about it. They visualized conquering the continent first in order to gain access to the Pacific and in order to dominate trade with China. And that meant dominating China and the whole Pacific. Achieving those aspirations, and they wrote about this. Yeah, I mean, they talked about it. It's not a secret, though U.S. historians seem to not discover it very much. So to achieve those goals, really required the settler participation in violently taking the land from its indigenous inhabitants. It took 100 years from the founding to accomplish that, to have pushed all the native people into concentration camps with armies guiding them, now called reservations. So while the War of Independence raged, fought by land poor or landless settlers who were promised free land if they fought, the Continental Congress devised a unique plan, a blueprint for taking the continent, the 1787 Northwest Ordinance. It preceded the Constitution itself, and it was designed as what historian Howard Lamar called an internal colonial system. For west of the Appalachians, these 13 colonies just hugged the Atlantic, so there's this mountain range to go beyond. That's why they call it the Northwest. That was the Northwest, Ohio. Not talking yet about Washington and Oregon, that Northwest. So that was the first step. So it's the provisions were borrowed part from the British system of settler colonialism, and Ulster, Ireland, Northern Ireland, still an issue, and the 13 North American colonies. But their invention was something new. It was a constitutional construction of the fiscal military settler state, really, I believe, the founding of capitalism as we know it, with both ethnic cleansing of the native presence and chattel slavery producing racial capitalism with clear imperialist intentions. So the Northwest Ordinance provided for eventual settler self-government. These were things that settlers could get with conquest. And they would be able to become territories and then states once they outnumbered the indigenous populations, because the whole land was occupied. Every inch of it was, 10,000, 15,000 years of indigenous nations with governments, and they were mostly village people, farmers, very rich lands. So they were taking over already developed lands. These were not wildernesses or something that they would have to start from scratch. They were appropriating already functional land bases, very long developed crops that Native Americans invented, like corn, beans, and squash. So again, historian Howard Lamar writes that the apologists for U.S. expansionism across the continent do not see the ordinance as a reflection of colonialism, but rather as a means of reconciling the problems of liberty with the problem of empire. So the Marine Corps was founded in 1775, also before the Constitution. It was a year after the 13 colonies formed the Continental Congress and Army, and a year before the Declaration of Independence, 13 years before the U.S. Constitution, 23 years before the U.S. Navy was established. It was the arm of imperialism and still is. It's more symbolic now as an arm. It's the first, they're the first to go in, when they're invading a country. In 1776, the Marines made their first landing, capturing the island, an island in the Bahamas from the British, what the Marine Corps called Fort Nassau. In an action throughout the Revolutionary War, and these actions, the Marine Corps was reorganized in 1794 as a branch of the United States Navy. So the character of a Marine is that of the settler colonial ranger, created for counterinsurgency outside U.S. secured territory. The opening lyric of the official hymn of the U.S. Marine Corps, composed in 1847, a year after the U.S. invasion of Mexico and during their occupation of Mexico City, is, as everyone knows from many war movies of marine landings, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Montezuma, of course, reversed the war against Mexico and the Marine role in it, but most people who know the lyric well do not seem very curious about Tripoli. Tripoli, we know, was then a city-state, but is now, Libya. It harkens back nearly a half century from the Mexican War to the so-called Barbary Wars of 1801 and 1815, right after independence, when the Marines were dispatched to North Africa to attack the Berber nation, calling them, of course, barbarians. This aggression continued for 4 years, and the Marines were shelling the city, taking captives, and marauding, ending with the 1805 Battle of Derna. It was there that they earned their nickname Leathernecks for the high collars they wore as defense against the Berbers' saber cuts. This was the first Barbary War, the ostensible goal of which was to force the ruler of the city-state of Tripoli to release U.S. sailors it held hostage and to end what the U.S. called pirate attacks on U.S. merchant ships. But the Berbers were holding the U.S. sailors, demanding that their sovereignty in their territorial waters be respected and that payment be made for passage, as British, French, and other states' ships did. Obviously, this indicates that the U.S. imperialist project had begun upon the very founding of the United States, not in 1898, with U.S. invasions and occupations in the Pacific and the Caribbean. The Berbers did not give up their demands, and the Marines withdrew after 4 years, returning a decade later, 1815 to 1816, for the Second Barbary War, which ended when Pasha Yusuf Karamanli, the ruler of Tripoli, agreed not to exact fees from U.S. ships entering their territorial waters. This was the first military victory of U.S. gunboat diplomacy, as it came to be called. Nearly a century later, U.S. imperialism was inherent in the founding of the United States. So the U.S. established its first naval base in 1813 on the Marquesas in the Pacific. By 1820, the United States has stationed gunboats on nearly every foreign shore, as well as seizing more islands for naval bases. At the same time, the U.S. began its long-time invasions and occupations of Mexico and in the Caribbean, Central America, and South American countries. Of course, the Marine Corps is associated with the halls of Montezuma, lyrics from the hymn, but they wrote this when they were actually held up in Chapultepec with a few Mexican cadets holding them off. So they actually wrote it as it was happening, and recalling then in their own genealogy their first great victory in Tripoli. So later in the century, Marine actions, particularly in the infamous war in the Philippines and others up to the present, are well known. The Marines themselves take pride in their origins, which most U.S. Americans, including my fellow leftists, know little or nothing about. If they did, they would have to reconsider the overlooked violence in the nation's founding narratives itself, how they conquered the continent. In a 2017 article, by the way, I should mention, you probably already know this, but not everyone does put it together, that the invasion of Mexico and taking the northern half gave them the opening to the Pacific with California. So it wasn't even that much about Mexico itself. So in the 2017 article on President Donald Trump, Secretary of Defense, retired Marine Corps General James Mad Dog Mattis, journalist Dexter Filkins writes that the Marines see themselves as a kind of warrior caste with toughness under fire and savagery in battle. Being much smaller than the Army, its budgets are skimpier, and the equipment sometimes antiquated, while its fighters are often pitched into terrible conditions. But the Marines take their scant resources as a source of cult-like pride, where the Army scatters recruits across a vast institution that includes accountants and mechanics who have little contact with the harsher realities of military work. Every Marine is trained as a rifleman, a combatant, like their settler colonial brethren on the land, organized in settler militias and slave patrols. I hope that brings some interest and clarity to a really difficult understanding and figuring out why it has this staying power. It has a popular base in the United States. That's the issue, and that's our problem in the United States, is to change that. There's nothing really outsiders can do except keep defending yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roxanne. The next speaker will be Sarah Flounders. Sarah has been active in people's movements for change for 50 years. She has co-authored and edited 10 books on US wars, sanctions, and expanding NATO, and just released the book, which is available at that table over there, called Sanctions, a Wrecking Ball in a Global Economy. Flounders helps coordinate the Sanctions Kill campaign, one of our co-sponsors, the United National Anti-War Coalition, UNAC, and the International Action Center. She is a contributing editor of Workers' World newspaper. And she has organized past solidarity delegations to countries devastated by US sanctions. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you, Suzanne. And let me open by thanking the International People's Tribunal on U.S. imperialism, sanctions, blockades, and economic coercive measures. Also thanking the People's Forum and the National Lawyers Guild for today's opening session. This is a historic event, and it's well framed because you can't talk about the horrendous power of sanctions and blockades without discussing imperialism, with its economic tendrils reaching into every country. Every political decision in the capitalist US economy is driven by profit and the drive to enforce its dominant global position. The International People's Tribunal is based on international law, not the lawless rules-based order that we hear so much about. It's organized by people's lawyers who side with the oppressed of the world. 99% of law exists to protect property, profits, not people. It's an impressive group of jurists and scholars, and as we hear, 6 months of hearings are planned, dealing in great detail with different countries. And it recognizes that working people need their own voice, not voices chained to echoing the corporate media. Now, I'm speaking from the Sanctions Kill campaign, and the first part of the Sanctions Kill campaign was to link those two words. When you think of sanctions, think kill. And it has succeeded pretty well. You hear it all the time now, used as a term, sanctions kill, as an actual. We wanted to make that word as hated as the word napalm, where the very image, it's deadly. Sanctions Kill campaign began as an effort of many different solidarity organizations to come together and explain a common U.S. war tactic that's silent and deadly. And we focused on how to explain and establish a collaboration, an exchange among the countries and solidarity groups, grappling separately with understanding these strangling measures. We began with a research project to gather a list of countries under U.S. and European Union and UK sanctions, and also the UN security sanctions, 13 countries under the UN security sanctions demanded by the US. There's sanctions of distinct pieces of legislation. There's riders on miscellaneous bills that are rushed through the US Congress. Others are passed by executive authority measures. Sanctions can be imposed by different UN agencies, the US Treasury Department, US Department of Commerce, US Department of State, and then enforced by US SWIFT banking codes that block every transaction. Then the US demands that every other country must comply or face sanctions or fines. It's escalating since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the number of sanctions intensifying from about 5 countries now to 41. A third of the world population is under a form of US sanctions. So sanctions are a weapon of a unipolar, US-dominated world. And I just want you to look at this list of sanctioned countries. Is one of these countries an imperialist country that has made war around the world? And as Roxanne Dunbar-Ortiz just explained so well from its very founding, US constant war conquest, these are all oppressed and formerly colonized countries, every one of them, every one of them. So hopefully this research material and this book and the pamphlet over there and the other material will be helpful to the International Tribunal. The Sanctions Kill is a campaign to provide tools for grassroots political activists who are fighting and mobilizing for change. And the second edition of our book, Sanctions, A Wrecking Ball in a Global Economy, which we have right there on the table, was just delivered yesterday, so I do hope you pick up a copy. It contains lots of teaching tools, sign-on petitions that gathered thousands and thousands of signers internationally, was translated into 15 languages, Swahili, Urdu, Persian, Arabic, along with lots of European languages and Chinese and Russian and Korean. There's a PowerPoint toolkit teaching sanctions to a class. There's webinars with representatives giving testimony from many sanctioned countries. There's graphics and so on. And most important, I think, is the very first page with that list of 40 sanctioned countries and some of the agencies and their websites that do the imposing of sanctions. Now, I've worked in the past on tribunals on US war crimes on Iraq, the US NATO tribunal on the US NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, on US war crimes in Korea. And I would say that in each of those tribunals, testimony was a very important part. So the rest of my talk is some testimony, because I can personally testify that I visited many different countries over decades of opposing US wars, countries suffering from total dislocation of US sanctions. And so I've seen firsthand the crises that it's always hitting the most vulnerable. Sanctions create millions of small personal crises. There's no essential medicine for diabetes, high blood pressure, small infections. Broken bone is suddenly a death sentence. Polluted, untreated water, because there's no chlorine, is deadly. And so is a multi-story building that's suddenly without elevators or water pumps. When the US government seizes funds in a national treasury, it's impossible to pay medical staff, sanitation workers, teachers. Sanctions shut down all financial transactions, imports and exports of medicine, food, preservatives, spare parts, batteries, chips, X-ray machines, syringes, fertilizer, pesticides. The lists are endless. And sudden scarcity always creates wild hyperinflation. It's a brutal form of war. It's an anti-personnel bomb going off in every home. And it's meant to divide people in frantic ways. It creates waves of refugees and desperate migrants. And that's its intention. When we say it's a crime against humanity, that really defines it. So as lawyers at this international tribunal can confirm in international law, and as we heard today, the targeting of civilians is always and totally off limits. Even in a shooting war, civilians are to be protected. And here's a situation where instead it's civilians who are targeted intentionally. US imperialism has perfected a form of siege warfare that deliberately targets the most vulnerable, young, old, chronically sick, the poorest. I've seen it in Iraq, constant visits challenging the US sanctions. As we heard earlier, Madeleine Albright saying death of 500,000 children is worth it. That's how they think. I've seen the impact of US sanctions in Lebanon, in Sudan, in Syria, with a third of the population displaced refugees, in Gaza, in the refugee camps, where every calorie is allocated by the Zionists, meant as a starvation diet, intentionally. The helplessness, it stays with you. You remember it long after. In Venezuela, that had built a free healthcare system, small health clinics that were on almost every street in dense urban areas and in the barrios, dispensing free medication, monitoring blood pressure and diet. Suddenly, when the US sanctions hit, the shelves were bare. There wasn't a gauze pad or an aspirin. They had to close down. They had nothing they could offer people. In Cuba, Cuba provides more medical staff than the World Health Organization in Africa. They have incredible programs of medical research. But Cuba couldn't deliver to its own population the COVID vaccines that they had developed without an international campaign to send syringes. That's sanctions. The US imposes sanctions by first using the corporate media to promote a hysterical campaign that the targeted country is a national security threat. Even Nicaragua was declared a national security threat. The US, a superpower. But let's be honest, even Nicaragua is a threat to US imperialist domination. It is. Why? Because they're offering their people, their population, free healthcare, free education. And their success exposes what US imperialism is not doing, what it could be doing, solving real problems. And that's why they're threatened. Sanctions are racist. Overwhelmingly, sanctions target people of color in the global South, and the sanctions come back and hit us here, especially the most vulnerable. And I want to say that all the sanctioned countries, all those countries, you see that map, they are owed reparations reparations for enforced underdevelopment. Just like, yes, reparations. Just as the African people in the US and indigenous people are also owed reparations. When we talk about sanctions, we have to say, how will this be evened? Let's always remember and include reparations. So in closing, I want to say that there's enormous changes that are rumbling below our feet. The US empire is suddenly finding that it is not all powerful. US imperialism has 800 military bases, an expanded NATO military machine, more than 60 US invasions since World War II. The US dollar is a world currency. It's imperialism's preferred weapon, that vast economic power. Intensifying US sanctions imposed on a third of humanity send shockwaves through the whole world economy. But now people of the world are contesting this brutal form of economic warfare. Dollar dominance is being challenged as a currency of global trade. Yes, it's really happening. Sanctions have boomeranged back on the US and the European Union countries with inflation, supply chain shortages, a looming recession causing hardships at home. And the US response is doubling down on harsher sanctions and expanding war. So what are the implications of this? Well, the European Union has cut themselves off at US demand from the cheap gas traded with Russia. There's a threat really of famine on a global scale. The increasing sanctions on China have a destructive impact on science, on technology, on a global scale, and it's breaking decades of trade. The global south, the countries of Africa, Latin America, and most countries of Asia, the formerly colonized world, are no longer complying with the thousands of US and European nation sanctions that were imposed. And that is a new day. This is a big change. It's happening especially with the sanctions on Russia and China, but you can see it with the trade with Iran and Venezuela, with the constant exchanges now with Syria, with whole new agreements being, the ability of the US to create economic chaos. It's just not succeeding. Now, it is a real struggle. The US response is wider war, more threats, voting tens of billions of dollars for more weapons, firing missiles hundreds of miles, even into Russia. Aircraft carriers are almost daily patrolling the Straits of Taiwan. They have what they call decapitation military drills against North Korea. No lie, that's the word they use. So all of this is wildly dangerous, but it's a sign of US imperialist decay, the erosion of its power, the ability of many countries to find ways to connect with each other, to use new currency, despite the power of the US dollar. You can see it now in all the different, it's a new period. And the tribunal is part of this new period. Really, this is how we should see it and own it and embrace it. The sanctioned countries have not collapsed. There's new trade agreements, new levels of cooperation, BRICS, Belt and Road, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. China with socialist development is an alternative. This is no longer a unipolar world. The huge contradictions are clashing, but this we know, that the sanctioned countries are determined to resist US domination. Even with few resources, they are demanding respect for sovereignty and independence, respect for each other's development paths. And US overreach is, let's wreck the global economy. So it's multipolarity versus US hegemony. It's a corrupt and dying system. It's staggering around. It's threatening every country. It's looting the world. It's looting working people here. The only thing that's expanding are cops and jails and military machines. But we should be confident that now everyone knows US imperialism is not all powerful. They create great pain in Syria, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Ukraine, but they're not winning. And our role is to defend the resistance and be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So it's our pleasure to introduce Claudia de la Cruz. Claudia is the co-executive director of the People's Forum and part of the coordination of the International People's Assembly. For over 20 years, she has been committed to movement building and has actively participated in the creation of political and cultural spaces in New York City, particularly in Washington Heights and the South Bronx. She is a popular educator, community organizer, and a theologian. Claudia, welcome.
How's everyone doing? Good. We've gotten a lot of great information that we must now share with our communities. This type of information needs to leave this space. I want to thank the organizers of the International People's Tribunal. I think it's a very significant contribution, like Sarah mentioned, to the internationalist, working class internationalist struggle. Is a true honor to be amongst comrades and friends from across the world that are exchanging the experiences, the impact of warfare, because that is what it is. And it's class warfare, and it is white supremacist warfare across the globe. I think it's also important for us to understand that we're here based on our collective objective, which is ultimately strengthening our global anti-imperialist movement and winning. And winning. We need to win. The stakes are high. There are 8 billion people that so desperately need it across the world. 8 billion people. We're not the least. We're not the minority. We're the majority. Free from capitalism and US imperialism, that is what we are aiming for. It is also highly significant that the International People's Tribunal is being held today. Today is a very special day. Today marks the 170th birthday of a great reference, a fighter against colonial powers, a fighter against imperialist powers, the Cuban national hero, Jose Marti. We have a long legacy that is anti-colonial, that is anti-imperialist, and that we must unearth. Jose Marti lived in this city and walked the streets of New York and produced very critical analyses at a very, very crucial time. He fought against Spaniard colonial powers. And equally important is to mention that he had a strong commitment to build continental unity of working class people. When he talked about Nuestra America, our America, is not the America that the United States has built. I'll share with you an anecdote. I went to school in the South Bronx, and I used to get really upset when my teacher used to talk about the United States as America. I got sent to the principal office a couple of times because of that. Because my mom taught me that America is the continent, not the country. And that is what Jose Marti was talking about. The continent of working class people, of indigenous Black folk who produced the wealth that colonial and imperialist powers have stolen. And that is the America that we need to reclaim. He spoke to the exploited, the oppressed, the colonized. Marti warned us about US imperialism. He warned us that only working class solidarity can save us. In this spirit of solidarity that Marti envisioned, Cuba, through its socialist revolutionary project, teaches us the significance of working class internationalism. Not as something we do because we're bored, but something we do because our own livelihood depends on it. Because it's a strategic value, because it's a principle, because it's the only thing that will save us. In practice, Cuba, in its socialist consciousness and integrity, despite being the subject of 60 years of economic blockade and ideological and political attacks, exports doctors and medicine to the world. Meanwhile, the United States of America exports death and destruction. And I want to raise another name, Simón Bolívar, the great liberator. He said it, and it is the truth, and we need to acknowledge this truth. The United States seems destined by providence to plague America with the misery in the name of liberty. And it has crossed the continent and made this an international plague. The importance and relevancy of this International People's Tribunal on U.S. imperialism is enormous in a moment of cascading crisis and heightened imperialist offensive. The tribunal is a courageous denunciation of a historic war of capitalism against humanity in its many forms. And I wrote sanctions, but I will say unilateral coercive measures, because my comrade from Cuba, Alejandro, is very, very right. This is a collective punishment for people who've understood that they have the right to stand in dignity. We must denounce the blockades. We must denounce the destabilization of governments. Let's pay attention to what's happening in Peru and the US role in it. Let's pay attention to what's happening in Brazil and the potential for fascists to come to power again. Let's look at what's happening in Honduras. And let's also look at the revitalization of processes like CELAC, because that's where our hope lies. The production and spreading of violence and death globally belongs to the United States of America. That is what we've done. And I say we because there are those who don't speak and don't act, and therefore we are too complicit of those actions. The processes of extraction and accumulation for the purpose of empire building by the US ruling class, its government and two-party system, its militarism has historically meant the theft, the rape, the exploitation, the underdevelopment and killing of working class people across the world. As Professor Dunbar Ortiz mentioned, the very foundation of this country, the blood and broken bones of indigenous and Black people under colonialism and slavery. Colonialism and slavery are the down payment for the capitalism we know today, are the down payment for the global misery of working class people, what we call imperialism. Martí expressed the need for the peoples of this continent to know each other's histories and struggles, to know our strategic collective need to build emancipation from capitalism and imperialism across borders. We heard from comrades from Africa, from Latin America and the Caribbean, from the Middle East. Throughout the next couple of months, we'll hear from other comrades who will be sharing testimonies. And as Sarah mentioned, it is so important. It is so important for the people in the United States to hear, to listen to those testimonies. It is important for us to make sure that as they listen, they take notes, that we take notes. And in the spirit of Martí, make the connections that are historical, but that are also very material, that have a very strong material basis. The economy that has been globalized, that we know as capitalism, carries blood and dirt. And it definitely carries the bones and ashes of billions of people. What is that if not genocide? That is genocide. And we're only taught a certain type of genocide in school. So our people need to listen. And we need to be the vehicles for that to happen. Nina mentioned, and I had to hug her earlier, because she mentioned, Tyree, Tyree Nichols. I said I wouldn't watch the video, and I did. And I did because I have a son. And because when I see that, it's very hard for me not to see my son. When I hear a man being strangled in the street by cops, it's very, very difficult for me not to imagine that my son could run that same luck under this system. Because although there were 5 black cops throwing the punches, holding the stick, spraying the mace, capitalism and white supremacy are at the root. The brutality and disregard for human life that I saw in those videos is part of a training. And is the same military training that the Israeli forces receive to break the bodies into submission of Palestinian people. The economic, social, and political forces that have maintained Puerto Rico as the oldest colony in this hemisphere. The same capitalist and imperialist forces that have produced more than 160 million people in the wealthiest country in the world, that have produced over 500,000 homeless people, are the same forces that have pledged to strangle the economies of Cuba and Venezuela. And the US is stubborn and fixated in bending the Cuban and Venezuelan people into submission. I love Fanon, and I had to bring him on. I have to bring him here. Because as stubborn as the United States is to bend the Cuban and Venezuelan people into submission, the Cuban and Venezuelan people are stubborn in their refusal to return to a subservient condition. And I celebrate that stubbornness. And we must learn from that stubbornness. Cuba and Venezuela, their socialist revolutions are beacons of hope for working class people. And not because, and we're not saying this idealistically, and we're not saying this romantically. We're saying this because it is history that teaches us that we can and we will win. And Cuba and Venezuela are 2 examples of that possibility. Those of us in the United States have a historic responsibility to denounce the crimes of US imperialism and work tirelessly to defeat it. We have the repression of the police departments across the United States. We have a governmental structure that does not respond to the needs of the people. We have a Federal Reserve Bank that prioritizes creating unemployment, because that's what it does, and imposes on us the dictatorship of capital. These same structures are weapons of war at an international level. They have international sisters and brothers, and those are the IMF, the World Bank, NATO, AFRICOM, the US Southern Command, and we could continue to list all the instruments of war against the global working class. The working class of this country, the historically marginalized of the United States, have a shared history with the global South. We also have a shared fight. And it is on that basis that in the US, we must build a strong anti-imperialist movement, that we must build unity through collective action across all sectors and issues that affect the working class. And we must actively engage in the battle of ideas. The dominant narratives and justification for most of the horrific and barbaric actions of capitalism and imperialism have been spread and cemented massively for centuries. And it is our duty to work on deconstructing the ideological occupation of the ruling class on our people's minds and hearts. Political education, the reclaiming of our working class history is essential. And that doesn't only happen in a classroom. It happens in struggle. It happens in struggle. It happens in taking the streets. It happens in organizing. It happens in the spaces that are in the most local to the most regional to the most national. And we must do that. These dominant narratives tell us that those fighting colonial occupation and U.S. imperialism from Palestine to Cuba are enemies. They tell us they are our enemies, that they are threats to us. And we need to boldly deconstruct these campaigns of misinformation with facts and history. Our biggest enemy is our government. Our biggest enemy is our government. Our biggest enemy is the ruling class of this country. Our biggest enemy is in the White House. Our biggest enemy is in the Pentagon. That's where our enemies are. Unilateral coercive measures are illegitimate, inhumane, and deadly. Blockades are illegitimate, inhumane, and deadly. Occupations are illegitimate, inhumane, and deadly. Imperialism is brutal, is deadly, is genocide. And there are only two sides. And we get to choose. That's the good news. We get to choose where we stand. We are either on the side of life and life-giving projects. Some of us might call that socialism, but that's, we could talk about that later. And the other side is death. It's death. And it is death and the destruction not only of humanity, but the planet. And Berta Cáceres said, wake up humanity. We don't have time. We don't have time. These are the stakes, comrades. We either defend the existence of humanity and the planet, or we stand with the destruction of humanity and the planet. And inaction is also inaction. Just putting it out there in case you didn't know. Fidel Castro said, humanity can learn from those who have broken their chains. Those who have chained humanity for centuries cannot teach humanity anything. And so, those who have chained humanity are our enemies. Those who continue to exploit humanity to accumulate wealth, those are our enemies. We should know our enemies, and we should also know our friends and allies. In the spirit of Martí, let's learn from the global South, not only because we want to learn, or we want to accumulate knowledge, or we want to, I don't tweet, but, people be tweeting. If you want to send a tweet, that's all important. And that's part of the communicational battle that we have to wage. But the reason that we want to learn is because this fight against capitalism and imperialism that our comrades have fought for so long, for centuries, and many have won, could carry lessons that we need in this country. Because solidarity has always been multinational, because it's always been international, and we need the accumulated lessons to be able to wage our struggles. As Martin Luther King said in the said about the U.S., I'll say it again. The U.S. is the biggest purveyor of violence in the world. And the working class people of this country understand that. People understand that because people suffer in this country. The working class, the masses, suffer in this country. How willing are we, though, to speak the language that is accessible to our people to make sure that they understand? We need to make those connections. Comrades, the only antidote to U.S. imperialism is our ability to build working class internationalism. The ruling class has built ruling class internationalism. They have fights, they have debates, but they know what their interests are. And we should know what our interests are as well. This People's Tribunal Against Imperialism is a contribution, as Sarah very well said it earlier, to the process of building that working class internationalism. And we, the working class in the United States, must have a contribution as well. It is up to everyone in this room, everyone that's online, and the many circles that we're in to be able to win against US imperialism. Because again, the stakes are high. And I'll give you another good news. You ready? The good news is that in reclaiming people's history, we are able to learn that it is possible to win against imperialism. That there is no other way. And I'll say it again, for me, life-giving project socialism is the answer. It's important for us to understand that in unity, with political organization, with the deepening of class consciousness amongst the masses, organizing and mobilizing, we need to take the streets. We can win. It is up to us to win. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. And thanks for all the speakers for your very powerful presentations. So I'm gonna facilitate a short question and answer period before I introduce our last speaker of the day, who's gonna help us close out today's launch. So perhaps, I think that Alfred and Roxanne are still online, right? Perhaps Sarah and Alejandro, if you wanna, and Claudia, wanna come up here in case folks wanna direct some questions towards all of you as members of the panel. And okay, is there somebody with a microphone that is gonna be able to give folks? Thank you. Okay, who'd like to start? Please. Yeah, can you introduce yourself and then please proceed with your question. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Charisse Burden-Stelly. And I have a question, thank you. I have a question about international law. And I feel like we're wielding this throughout the day somewhat uncritically. Because if it is that international law dates back to at least the Treaty of Westphalia, right? Then we know inherently international law is inscribed in the hierarchical and liberal specifications that ultimately can only take us so far when it comes to ideas of justice. And so I wonder how we can, on the one hand, hold the necessity to subject the West, the United States, the sanction wielders to international law insofar as these are the rules they agreed upon, right? These are the terms of the game they set out. And so at the very least, they can be held accountable to them. At the same time that, to quote Gerald Horne, we know the ways that law is used to throw dirt in the eyes of the people. So it seems that there's a contradiction. On the one hand, we're trying to hold these nations, these sanction wielders accountable to an international law that has not been democratic. It has not been created, understood, or codified democratically. And so I wonder what some of your ideas are in terms of holding these two, with a seeming contradiction, or these two kind of missions, or these two aims of the tribunal simultaneously.
Well, I agree with everything you say about law and international law. I think we should look at it like a defense lawyer looks at someone unjustly accused. You're going to use every tool that you possibly can, demand that there be an accountability. If you say, look, you violated this person's right to walk down the street, not to be stopped in a car. You violated this, you violated that. Now, of course, this is a lawless system, so we shouldn't place much confidence in it, but I do think it's like saying, well, here's one weapon, one handle, And for lawyers who are trained in law, and they know these laws, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm an organizer, but I'm not a lawyer. But here's a group of working class, revolutionary minded lawyers, and they're saying, look, we're going to use this weapon and weld it for the oppressed who are under sanctions. That's how I see it. And that's why I think this is a contribution. This is an exciting thing to do. Will the U.S. pay any attention to it? Rules-based order, what's that mean? It means they make up every rule as they go along. I mean, it's total lawlessness.
Helia, did you want to also address that question?
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for this important question. Fundamentally, we certainly, as the legal framework of the tribunal, is embedded within the fact that that colonialism is a co-constitution of international law. International law has been produced by and reproduced the systems of colonialism, and that's how developing colonizing relationship turned into developing relationship. International law play a key role in this transformation of international legal order. But that being said, the entire framework of this tribunal is a people's tribunal to allow the oppressed to judge the powerful, right? We are reversing the norms that usually take place within the international legal system. So in a way, while we are weaponizing its own language against it, inherently we are also reversing how the very foundation of international law works, which we know is inherently imperial and colonial. But we expand on this view in future publication, but as well as our position paper that has already been published. So if folks are interested, you're more than welcome to review that. Nina John, would you like to add? Thank you so much.
Thank you. You were brilliant, all of you. Thank you all very much. So I agree with your question, but as a critical legal scholar, I think it's important, and maybe I'm saying something controversial here, I don't know, to not reject the law. And I say that because no matter what kind of government our societies have, whether it's socialist or capitalist or Republican or quote unquote democratic or a Sharia Islamic government or communist, there is the law. There is always the law. It's how we relate, it controls and legitimates how we relate to each other as peoples. Unless we're anarchists, and I am not, I'm a socialist, we must have the law. It's not great, it's not even ideal, but we must have it. And so this is an effort to recreate the law. And we're following in the footsteps and in the leadership of the Cubans and the Venezuelans, which is why we highlighted them here today. So it's imperfect, it's critical, but we're doing the best we can.
I will go on the same line as Nina, but even farther, that international law, as it exists, has an inherently democratic nature. It was born out of the victory of the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany and the United Nations Charter. And so the rules of sovereign equality we call that in French, le droit positif. How do you say it in English? I don't know. Le droit positif. Okay, I don't know how to say it in English. But anyway, and also the international covenants, 1976, all these human rights. The first article, self-determination, Article 1. The 1970 Declaration of the UN, whose name I don't have, and I remember 15, or I can't remember the number of it, also defined
2625.
international law. Thank you very much. So I'm in favor of international law as it's defined. It can be improved, it's not perfect. And I think that by striving to have that respected, we will inspire. We're in the heart of the beast, I'm in Canada, but we will inspire countries and give them legitimacy for their struggles. That's why I think it's democratic in a way, with its limits. Thank you.
Alfred, did you want to also answer this question?
Well, very much so. Obvious that as a professor of international law, I believe in the law, but I'm also not a blue-eyed optimist. I am quite aware of the obstacles and of the challenges as we have an information war. And as Alejandro said very clearly, calling, unilateral coercive measures, sanctions, is the destruction of language, because it shifts the guilt from one side to the other. I mean, it implies that one side has a moral superiority, which is hardly the case. Now, when Biden or Blinken talk about a rules-based international order, it's a scam. We already have a rules-based international order, and that is the United Nations Charter, which the United States violates on a daily basis. In particular, the object and purpose of the UN Charter, in particular Articles 1 and 2, the principles and purposes of the United Nations. So we have to somehow gain visibility for the tribunal and gain visibility for the arguments that were laid out by the speakers very ably this evening, or this morning, or this afternoon, depending where you are in the world. As the case may be, I just published a book called Countering Mainstream Narratives, also with Clarity Press, where I had published my book 2021, Building a Just World Order. Now, this narrative of the mainstream is a narrative that is not likely to change anytime soon. The mainstream media is going to continue suppressing information, and it's going to continue destroying language. And we have no choice but to face it squarely and not think that because the law, international law, is on our side, that we're going to win. Because the mainstream media is not going to report anything about the People's Forum. The mainstream media has hitherto ignored my 25 principles of international order, although the president of the General Assembly back 2018 and 19 called it a Magna Carta for the 21st century. So it's not just that the mainstream media lies on, daily basis. It's that it suppresses information. So that, that being said, we have to reach out to whatever journalists we know who at least are halfway open-minded and are willing to publish what we're actually saying in this forum. Now, I have no idea what plans the organizers have to reach out to CNN and Fox and New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, etc. I mean, all of these are organs of the empire. All of these are organs that are the mouthpieces of the empire. They will continue preaching imperialism under the guise of human rights. They will continue preaching capitalism under the guise of progress. They're selling their product. They're very good at it. And unfortunately, the socialists and others, I mean, I don't call myself a socialist, I never was. I mean, you'll be surprised to know that I was at Harvard University. I was in the Republican Club, and I'm still a member of the Republican Party. I haven't gone around to leaving the Republican Party. That doesn't mean that I would vote for Trump or anybody of his ilk. But there are some decent Republicans like Patrick Buchanan, whom I know well, and Ron Paul, his son, Senator Rand Paul, is halfway decent, etc. But having said that, there's a lot of information on sanctions, and you, of course, in the Sanctions Kill campaign, know the brochure that was just published by Rick Sterling and others, U.S. sanctions, deadly, destructive, and in violation of international law. This should be in the hands of every journalist. And send it to Tucker Carlson, send it to anyone in CNN. It would be good. Thanks. I mean, it's like when...
Thanks, Alfred.
When Hugo Chavez went to the General Assembly, he took the book of Noam Chomsky and said, read it. That's what I'd like to see. Thanks.
Thank you, Alfred. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd also just add that as somebody who is, well, my day job is a labor organizer, but as a member of 2 anti-imperialist legal organizations, I think a lot of the engagement that those lawyers have is with international law is for the purpose of exposing international legal mechanisms as a tool of imperialism. And then what comes out of those engagements is the call for building an alternative sort of international legal system that's grounded kind of like in the will of the global majority in the global south. Anyone else? Shahid.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shahid Comrade, and I'm a Secretary General Pakistan USA Freedom Forum. Thank you very much, first of all, organizers and the brain who spoke with us. It's a long time, 3 years, people use COVID as a face saving, and they're not doing the thing what we're supposed to do. I learned this thing that when you talk about the real problem with the real people, it affects. That lesson learned these all vultures who has veto powers and who control the world, imperialist mentality. They're using 60s, 70s sanctions against the racism South Africa. That was a good part, I think, in my generation. But after that, what they're doing, they're just doing how to control your mind and your brain and your life. Just like we are the factory boys. We are not the humans. If you're poor, if you're Muslim nowadays, African, black. So thanks very much that we are over here. But as a common man, I salute our heroes. Maybe they are in jail, like Julian Assange, who give us the knowledge, who give us the info. And Shohada at this moment, who's dying at this moment in Jenin and West Bank, Gaza, Palestine. And in the Jammu and Kashmir, occupied by the 900,000 Indian army last 75 years, against the all UN resolutions, supported by US and the West. And I still ask you to please remember Dr. Afia Siddiqui. They put her jail, 86 years jail for nothing. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Claudia. And thank you really very much for this Cuban young man, handsome guy, who gave us the real emotions and the numbers, because his country affected, his kids affected. Otherwise, they will give us so much brain to this world if there was no sanction on the Cuban nation. They have a lot of potential in sports, music, literature. So thank you very much all. Remember those heroes, Afia Siddiqui, Julian Assange, and those 13 years old young boy who sees the killings in Palestine every day, and they shot him. He's a murderer. He's my hero. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm John Catalanato. I'm an editor of Workers' World. And I worked with Sarah on about 4 tribunals. So I wanted to answer again what the comrades have answered. Also to thank the speakers at the last session for getting me excited enough to intervene on this. And for the comrades who are organizing this tribunal, because they're bringing, again, see, this is, you got to start the struggle somewhere. And if we can't start by making 1 million people demonstrate in the street, we can start by challenging their own laws and saying they are not obeying their own laws. And we're showing that to ourselves, to the movement, and exposing as best we can this powerful propaganda machine. It's not because we don't have good arguments and that they win those arguments. It's because they have most of the power. They have 99% of the force to put that across. So we have to start putting it across. And Claudia referenced a lot the working class in this country. We have to win them over to an internationalist struggle besides the struggle that has started, and we've already seen it start in their own fight for their own class interests in the course of this last 2 years. And while they're in struggle is the best time to win them over to the general political situation. So we started something here, and we have to win them over. We have to show them that the problems of the Cubans are not the problems of Cuban socialism. It's the problem of U.S. imperialism trying to crush them all the time. And that's why they can't live a wonderful life there. They're doing a terrific job as it is. And thank you, Alexandra, for explaining that. Okay, and that's all I want to say. This is a great start for a struggle that we can bring to as much of the population here in the States and in Europe. Speaking of the workers in Europe, a couple of million workers went on strike in France for a day last week, and they're going to do it again next week, I think. Okay, that's enough for me today.
Hi, thank you for this tribunal. It's very wonderful and informative. So my question concerns the IMF and the World Bank, because when it comes to things like economic inequality and this economic suffering globally, for instance, the UN, it has mechanisms and other tools in place to address things like racism and forth, but its interaction with the IMF and the World Bank is very minimal, and there's no accountability for what these economic policies from the IMF and the World Bank have on developing countries and how they just lead to higher inflation and suffering and starving and protests and authoritarianism in response to the protests and so forth. So my question is, given the minimal tools that we have in place, I know we talked about international law and other tools, given the minimal tools we have in place, how do we address these monsters such as the IMF and the World Bank? My other question is, I'll keep it short, but I think that in the past, I've seen many protests erupt because of police violence, and I think that's because it's the most tangible form of oppression when we see it in front of our eyes. When it comes to things like inflation, they are more intangible and abstract. So how do we address that contention in which we are trying to build a global movement, but these things don't really tangibly affect people? How do we garner support for things that aren't, where we are not the direct recipients, or it's not as brutal as seeing someone get murdered on the street?
Thank you for those questions. I'll just let the speakers decide which ones they want to answer.
So I learned, and again, I could only speak from my experience as an organizer and as an educator. I learned at an early age that, in my organizing experience, that in order for us to be able to get to a place where we are internationalists, there's a precondition of class consciousness. And class consciousness is very connected to our understanding of like economy and how it impacts us. If you're poor in the United States, the narrative is that you're poor for your own deficiency, your inability to pull yourself by your bootstraps.
And so if it's a personal thing, if it's an individual thing, then you think that the only way of solving it is individually. And so when there's inflation, when you can't buy bread or eggs, because that's a thing these days, it's your problem, which is very different from experiencing the collective trauma and witnessing of the killings of Black and brown bodies. It's different. Because you understand something is wrong, because it cannot be possible that you kill hundreds of young Black and brown people and it's only about a couple bad apples. So people instinctively, like it's just a matter of touching your inner outrage, you go out. But again, if you don't have a concept of the fact that you're poor, not because you're made poor, your concept is that you're poor because someone along your lifeline, someone in your ancestry messed up, then it's different. And so I think that a lot of it goes back to education. How do we educate our communities to understand that we have a dictatorship of capitalism in this country? That the reason that we're poor is not because we lack will. Most people work 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. We live in a gig economy. People have 5 jobs and can't live, right? And so, but if we don't have that collective consciousness, it's very difficult for us to understand or even connect to, the Federal Reserve Bank, to like the IMF or the World Bank and what they all do to keep capitalism reproducing itself and create these moments of crises, because they have to create these moments of crises. That's the very foundation of capitalism. And so I can't give you all the answers, but the precondition for us to understand a lot of things that happen in the world is actually the condition of understanding ourselves as part of a larger class, which is the proletariat, the working class.
I just wanted to point, perhaps coming back to the idea of whether or not the international system in place is effective for developing countries under UCMs. And of course, I'm a diplomat, so I tend to try to see the bright side of the system while understanding its shortcomings. Now, I always think that if the world is as messed up as it is, with the UN and all its mechanisms, let's imagine what it would be without that organization and its system that allows you at least a platform to defend your rights. Like my country does every year since 30 years ago, as was mentioned in the fight against the blockade of the US. So we don't have to imagine what it would be, because we already know. We can go back in past 76 years and we would see what the world was before having at least a platform where we could sit, as the gentleman said, believing, those of us that actually believe the book that says that we are all equal, and say, you can't do that to me because I'm protected by this system of laws, of international laws that you agreed to, even before I existed as a country, by the way. So I think that, and drawing from the experience of my country, we could have lost faith after the 4th or the 6th resolution of the General Assembly adopted in the 90s, denouncing the impact of the US blockade against Cuba. But that shouldn't be the alternative, to say, okay, the system is rigged, or the system doesn't work, or the system has shortcomings. And I'm again talking about the international financial system or the international multilateral system for smaller countries illegitimately targeted by actions of imperialistic nature, aka UCMs in this case. But would that be to the benefit of our projects, our peoples? I don't think so. And that is why Cuba will continue to denounce in every corner where we can the impact of the blockade. And to some extent, that coherence, that consistency in our denounce has made it possible for many people, I'm sure some of them here today, knowing about the struggle of the Cuban people against the US blockade. That again is the longest. I would argue that it's the most encompassing and systematic set of unilateral coercive measures, and they do have not only a heavy toll on the country's economy, but on daily lives. My comrade here said very accurately that we were able, despite the blockade, to produce vaccines of our own in the midst of COVID, when everyone was fighting for themselves, and you could see European countries seizing shipments of vaccines for allegedly allies. But then again, they say that in crisis you see the true color of things. And we weren't able, because of the blockade, to have syringes or medical equipment to put those in place. And the idea behind of what I'm trying to convey is that for those of us that have to fight for our rights as a country, giving up is not an option, because what is the alternative? The alternative for a country like Cuba, we know what is the alternative of not having the blockade because of who we are. The alternative is not being who we are. So it's actually an existential decision you have to make. I'm sure that if Cuba decided to put its knee on the ground on behalf of the U.S. pretension, the U.S. government's pretension, the blockade would cease to exist. And this brings me back to my initial point that the reason behind the blockade is none other than an appetite of domination. And if you want to draw any other parallelism that I wouldn't be able to do because of my condition of diplomat, it's up to you. That's
Roxanne, would you like to answer any of the questions or speak to any of the comments that were brought up?
Well, thank you. I'm so engrossed in what everyone's saying that I haven't spoken up, but my experience working since 1974 in the NGO capacity in the United Nations Human Rights Division. And then I spent a year actually on a fellowship studying the General Assembly and the commissions and committees. And this was all a process for the indigenous peoples to form a position in the United Nations. So because I teach at a university, I can take time off without pay and summers. And so I was often the one trying to do this research and figure out there were several others too, what our strategy would be. And one was to have this big NGO conference Human Rights Conference in 1977. And that was 100 indigenous people there and a few countries, but mostly the liberation movements, national liberation movements supported us. And so now, I mean, let's just jump forward to today. There is a Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the General Assembly in 2007. It's now been signed by every country in the world. There is a permanent forum on indigenous peoples annually, 2 weeks at headquarters in New York, that now is about 10 to 11,000 indigenous representatives come from mainly the Americas, but also from Africa, Asia, and of course the Pacific. And so just in looking at that, the work that went on to build that within the United Nations, it's something that no other group of people have really tried to do from the United States, because they think the UN is useless. Leftists think the UN is useless. Why are you wasting your time? The US controls it. But we had to deal with the Reagan administration in the 1980s. That was not easy, but we couldn't have done it without the support of, again, the liberation movements and the progressive countries of the world, including the socialist bloc, and especially beyond everything, Cuba. And our wonderful Alfonso Martinez, who was a special rapporteur for indigenous peoples. So I just encourage groups to do this. It takes a while, to build something, but there is something solid now, and a kind of invisible organization worldwide that should be paid more attention to, the international indigenous movement.
I want to make one point about the UN. Of course, there are humanitarian divisions in the UN. There's international law. There's a UN Security Council, and that's who imposes sanctions. So against Cuba and Venezuela, there are unilateral economic coercive measures, meaning that the US has imposed the blockades, the sanctions. When we were first meeting as Sanctions Kill, there were folks who were using the term unilateral coercive measures, and it was a young Korean woman who got up and said, wait. Korea lives under UN Security Council sanctions. And an Iranian man got up and said, so does Iran, so does Iraq, so does Syria, so does Lebanon. So I was wondering how the tribunal would handle this, and they're using an important word, economic coercive measures. See, that includes both US sanctions and the sanctions that the US imposed through the Security Council during a time after the collapse of the Soviet Union and really a defeat of a number of socialist countries. The US unipolar world imposed at threat of war, you're going to vote or abstain, but not a veto, and a whole series of really harsh, horrible sanctions were imposed. The Korean sanctions go back to the 1950s. As long as the Soviet Union existed, North Korea, the DPRK, could survive. So we should make clear what we're talking about even in the UN, because one arm of it, when the US had the reins, they imposed some of the harshest sanctions, and they did particularly, as I say, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea, Libya, Yemen. Those are all UN sanctions. And of course, Korea. So that's how we ended up saying we oppose all these sanctions, because all of them are colonialized. All of them are developing countries. None of them are the imperialist countries. When imperialism is strong and have the reins, then they use their international system. Now they wouldn't bring it to a vote because they wouldn't get it, obviously. So that's why it's a new day. It is a new day, and we should really take heart in that. But and a lot that they did to destroy agencies of the UN, the Food and Agricultural Organization, all sorts of, they were really useful organizations of the UN that were of assistance to people. Those have all been, there's every attempt to disband them. That's another crime of the US, but that's another question. So anyway, I think this is an important term, economic coercive measures, and that really includes both Cuba and Venezuela and many other countries, but also the countries under UN sanctions.
Thanks for clarifying that, Sarah. I think maybe one more question before we, maybe two, before I introduce our last speaker. This gentleman, and then.
Yes, perhaps I shouldn't answer a question or comment lest I bias, because Eritrea will be one of the country which will bring our case in front of the international jurors to argue the justness and legitimacy of our cause, why the sanctions imposed on us at the UN Security Council, thank you, Sarah Founders, for pointing that out, because the sanctions that were imposed on Eritrea in 2009 and 2011 on bogus charges were done so at the UN Security Council, US engineered. Well, at that time, China and Russia had the veto power, but they didn't, they abstained. And for that, we suffered. Finally, those sanctions were ended in 2018, as my comrade from Cuba would know. But then new sanctions are now also being imposed on Eritrea, unilateral coercive measures. That's the US imperialisms. We are under target. So thank you for making that correction. We will argue our case. We will bring evidence forward. But what I wanted to comment perhaps, and I would like to hear your opinions, during our national liberation struggle, way back when I was much younger than I am now, now I'm an old man. When I was 20 years old, the cause of Eritrea, the struggle of Eritrea for the right for self-determination was brought by another people's tribunal in Milano, Italy, and international jurists and people like Francois Houtart, other well-known legal scholars, those who supported Solidarity Committee support in Europe, argued the case, and a big proceeding book was published. What was good for our cause at that time? I mean, did that People's Tribunal, how many divisions did it have? As one noted revolutionary leader a long time ago asked, how many divisions does the Vatican have? So the People's Tribunal, this International People's Tribunal, what power do you have? For us, though, at that time, it kept us going. It reaffirmed the rightness of our cause. Even though at that time, it seemed as if, the forces arrayed against us were tremendous, and that a small people, when I say small, 3.5 million people, that many were discouraging us, even suppose comrades from the left, you can't, this is too much. But what it did for us, the good thing that did, the Eritrean case by the People's Tribunal, it strengthened our resolve and gave us the necessary push to die for our people, to pay the necessary sacrifice, so that in the end, our just cause for right self-determination, we won it. And then we conducted an internationally supervised referendum to prove to the world that the cause of the Eritrean people was just, and Eritrea became free as a result. So our hope now to bring in our cause to the International People's Tribunal, and thank you for including Eritrea in that. And I'm glad we are past that. My Ethiopian brothers and sisters, we are all good now. I mean, we are past that ugly period of our history. But what this will give us, our hope is that together with Cuba, together with Venezuela, together with Nicaragua, we are not alone. Even though we may seem, we may be a small country, we will defy imperialism, even if it imposes the harshest measures of sanctions against us. And this International People's Tribunal, when we argue our case on April 29, the verdict that will be given in Venezuela will be just like that other people's tribunal 42 years ago when I was much younger now. And now I will see another people's tribunal, and it will strengthen us. It will tell our people, Ethiopia and all those in the Horn of Africa region struggling against imperialism, that our cause is just. It was brought in front of the legitimate International People's Tribunal. Not only will it provide us legal victory, but greater than that, moral victory. The justness of the cause will be reaffirmed. That, I think, is the importance of this, and I would like to hear distinguished, esteemed experts what you think about my comment. That I thank you.
Thank you. So I think that there's going to be one last question in the back. Okay.
I know, I just had a call from Lilia Ganem in Paris, we've worked in the past with Sarah and John on the idea of an international tribunal. She wishes to congratulate, she's involved in Lebanon, Gaza, Syria, and she asked me specifically, the phone just rang, to thank you and congratulate the organizers for this excellent effort. I won't say anything more than that, but I know she really wanted to say that to you.
Thank you. In the back.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yamir. I am part of the Troika Collective. So, yeah, thank you for having this People's Tribunal on these sanctions, on these illegal, unilateral, coercive measures. I mean, that's what we have to start saying and repeating to ourselves, because I remember I read one, like upon a time ago, from this writer named Dan Kovalik, when he was talking about Venezuela's sanctions, is that, and I'm like a nerd, a little bit science fiction nerd when it comes to Star Wars. So he said like how the US dollar is like worldwide. It has influence worldwide. So these sanctions are like a Darth Vader chokehold. You know, it's like I always thought about it like that. But I you know, I'm gonna try to keep it as short as possible. But I was gonna say, in the spirit of Bolivar and of Martí, you know, who's today is his birthday, his 170th-year-old birthday. The great apostle of the Cuban Revolution, that you said, Claudia, about the SELAC, you know, about this meeting in Argentina that just happened, which we need to study and understand a little bit more about, like how a lot of this is like breaking the sanctions. A lot of these countries like Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, that are not all the way to the left, you know, they're a little bit progressive leaning, liberal, like my brother right here said. They now see too that their countries could as well get sanctioned, you know, if they don't comply with US imperialism or the US ruling class. So it's like very important to like study these little examples, because of how Lula right now is trying to present a currency for South America called the Sur. You know, the same thing like the way Muammar Gaddafi tried to do in Africa, you know, try to unite the African continent and get the African continent off the dependence of the US dollar. And as well as I see as well, what we need to study as well is the food sovereignty initiatives, like with Venezuela and the Commune Project, or with Nicaragua. Like I remember going to Nicaragua and understanding a lot of their food sovereignty and how that is helping them battle sanctions, even though like their sanctions are not as vicious as Cuba or Venezuela, but they have experience, you know, during the Contra wars in the 80s. But I was saying like, those things are very important to understand of how to combat these sanctions, you know, as accompany these international law. But I guess my next thing that I was gonna say is what we could do practically here in the belly of the beast, the way Jose Martí once said, en las extrañas del monstruo. I was thinking a lot about this movement in Miami called Puentes de Amor. You know, it's like a caravan that they do every month between Cuba and Cuban Americans that have their own different views on the government or the revolution, but they're united, you know, against the blockade, and also in the spirit, in the Martinian spirit of living here, but thinking about their island. So I guess I'm trying to plant is in our movements against these sanctions here in the United States, there's a possibility that we have to like work with these migrant populations, like because the sanctions or unilateral coercive measures produce migrants, you know, that come over here, like the Venezuelans, or the Iranians, or very other migrant groups. But is there going to be a possibility we have to unify with those groups of people that are not fully in line with the revolutionary project of life, which we call socialism, but we have to unify with them or find like a horizontal solidarity in the belly of the beast in order to fight these unilateral coercive measures?
Thank you very much. So I'm going to give the mic back to the speakers for some last comments, and perhaps starting with this wonderful comment from our Eritrean brother.
I mean, I'll speak to the last comment first. I think it's important to understand that, yes, there is a need to broaden the work that we do, that we can't be talking to the same people all the time. Like, speaking to the choir is not gonna free us either. So speaking to the masses, like, we need to move millions of people in this country, and folks that are suffering, again, under the hands of the same enemy as our comrades and friends and family across the seas. In that regard, I think framing the unilateral coercive measures or the economic coercive measures is important to frame them within the context of what human rights are, what we as human beings deserve and have a right to. And I think the human rights framework helps broaden the conversation with folks who may or may not agree, be or not be, but we all have a right that is being violated. And we need to identify who's violating that. So yes, Yamir, to your point, we need to be able to speak to those folks that have left and have forcefully, because it's a forceful migration. It's conditions that are created by imperial forces to have people migrate. And I think it's important for folks to be able to articulate it as such. Because what we learn here is that we migrated because of the governments over there. And that can't be further from the truth. You know, just like, and there's a comrade from Reconocidos here. Back there, my Haitian sister, Haitian Dominican sister, and Haitian sister, which is the reality of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, where the elite of both countries have told us that we're enemies, to be able to profit from that division. And so we need to be able to articulate what history actually is to our people and why migration happens. That's on the first case. And brother from Eritrea, like, thank you so much for speaking, because I think that's precisely what needs to happen. There is no bigger weapon than divide and conquer. And that's happened throughout history, and it's happened as a weapon of colonialism and as a weapon of imperialism. And so we need to talk to each other and to be able to create platforms that are national, that are continental, that are international, that allow people who have who are hurting due to these mechanisms to talk to each other, because we're also resisting. And because we're also building mechanisms of resistance that allow us to exist. And we need to exchange, compare notes. How are we doing it? So that we could gather strength and continue to fight.
I'm going to pick up on a point Sister Claudia just made about divide and conquer, divide and rule. The most beautiful thing the speaker from Eritrea said was, now you're together with Ethiopia. And even in the presentation, in the hearings that will be held of the tribunal, together. And it is imperialist strategy to divide, and now 40 years have passed. When Eritrea and Ethiopia tried to come together, and also Somalia, and reach a regional agreement, who suddenly reached in? Sanctions pulled Somalia away. There was, I think, a kind of a coup, right? And That broke the unity with Somalia. And then they tried the same thing with Ethiopia, with Tigray. They want to keep the region divided, and yet there's new aspiration for this, the Horn of Africa, the most vital crossroads, to come together. And that is what will be represented even in the tribunal and in the way that the hearing on this will be conducted. So it's a very important, there's divide and conquer, and then there are people coming together and saying, this is in our common interest. There's sovereignty, there's self-determination, and then there's our mutual interest in having a form of unity of interests, which is to get imperialist hands off the back of both of your necks. And if there's strong unity there, it then also becomes attractive to Somalia, to Sudan, to other countries that are being actually picked apart, as Sudan and South Sudan also were. Who drew that line? So I think it's very heartening that there will be a hearing on Eritrea and Ethiopia, and that you're together on this.
Just a final comment on my side, that would be to thank the opportunity of, on behalf of our mission, to be part of this event today. We are a very small, poor, underdeveloped country, but I always say that we have two big assets and two big treasures. One is our people, without which we wouldn't be here, but the other one is the movement of friends we have across the world that have helped us with syringes today. And I wanted to say that because for any Cuban, that most of us, it's a 60-year-old, over 6-decade blockade. So you can imagine that the vast majority of Cubans only know Cuba with the blockade. And that brings me back to the point I tried to elaborate earlier. We haven't been able to build the country we dream. We have been able to build the country that the blockade has let us build. Without the blockade, we would be able to build a much better country, a much more inclusive better in all its dimensions. But that would not be possible either without the help and the support and the steadfast solidarity of the People Forum and of the movement that is gathered here today. I want to say thank you because it means a lot for a country under such a ferocious blockade to have people in the US that are so committed to putting the word out and taking the risks that means to be a friend of Cuba in a system and in a country that whose government is directing this genocidal policy against our people. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our speakers. So I'm going to first take a moment to acknowledge Nina Farnia, who thanked everybody but herself this morning. Nina, your hard work and your vision has made this possible, so thank you so much. And I'm going to introduce, thank you, Alejandro, Claudia, and Sarah, thank you so much. I don't know if Roxanne and Alfred are still here, but thank you. I'm very happy to introduce one of the members of our coordinating committee of the tribunal, Iyad Kishawi. And Iyad, for those of you who were here this morning, know that Iyad is a member of the Committee of Anti-Imperialists in Solidarity with Iran. He is part of Al-Auda, the Palestine Right to Return Coalition, and Masar Badil. Thank you, Iyad, please.
Thank you very much. I think before I begin, I just want to say that when we are divided, we are being pushed towards underdevelopment. And we are being pushed towards fighting for the very essence and the very survival of who we are. And so what this tribunal provides us is the opportunity to come together and unite, but it also provides us the opportunity to hold the United States responsible for its imperialism and its blockades. And that's very important for us. And we will do so because the resulting work of this tribunal is not just simply documentation, but we will have teeth. We will pursue the US government legally in order to hold them responsible for all the actions that they've taken for the crime of imperialism. Greetings to everybody, and welcome to the International People's Tribunal on US Imperialism, Sanctions, Blockades, and Economic Coercive Measures. My name is Iyad Kishawi, and my people have been under political and economic coercive measures for 75 years come this May. I'm a Palestinian, and our people have been subject to genocide, subject to colonialism, subject to occupation, and subject to racist apartheid by a horrendous white supremacist settler colonial system called the Zionist entity, otherwise euphemistically labels itself as the State of Israel. I'm a Palestinian activist and a member of Al-Awda, the Palestinian Right to Return Coalition, a member of CASI, the Committee of Anti-Imperialists in Solidarity with Iran, and Al-Masar al-Badil, the Palestinian Alternative Revolutionary Path Movement. Why would a Palestinian like me, who grew up on the other side of the globe in Lebanon, care about the plight of the people in Haiti, Zimbabwe, Cuba, or Venezuela? We know that Alejandro is indeed young and handsome, but that's not the reason. It is because I care about the plight of our people in Gaza, who are subjected to a suffocating siege for the past 15 years. It is because I care about the plight of the people of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. It is because that I learned that I'm a human being first before learning that I was a Palestinian. I'm an internationalist, and together through this tribunal, we link arms and rise in the face of the most brutal empire in the history of our planet. The US empire and its imperialist proxies, such as the Zionist state and its NATO stooges. Before there was a Vladimir Zelensky or a Vladimir Putin, there was a Vladimir Lenin. Who understood imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism. In his letter to the workers and peasants of the Ukraine, he stated, "Capital is an international force. To vanquish it, an international workers' alliance, an international workers' brotherhood is needed. We are opposed to national enmity and discord, to national exclusiveness. We are internationalists, and that's what we are in this space." In his writings on internationalism, he said, "Capitalism has created a world market, a world division of labor, and a worldwide working class. The capitalist system, through its development of industry, overthrew the narrow restraints of feudalism, and created the nation state and world economy. Having developed world capitalism to its highest level, imperialism, by which the planet was ruled by a handful of giant monopolies, and became decisive obstacles to future development and progress, the First World War was a direct product of the stranglehold of the nation state and private ownership on the productive forces. Only the overthrow of world capitalism could put an end to this contradiction and eradicate these fetters. This tribunal is the very exemplification of principled internationalism. We are holding it to document all the crimes committed by US imperialism and coercive economic measures, unraveling our societies and their progress at their foundations in 16 different areas, from public health to the development of women to refugees and migration. As true internationalists of the global South, we stand shoulder to shoulder across Latin America and the Caribbean, East and West Asia, and Africa to document the crimes of imperialism in the following 17 countries. I'm not going to list them. Please go to sanctionstribunal.org to see all of them. To even mention some of these nation states, let alone advocate for their independence, is criminalized by the US and its NATO stooges. They have wanted us to internalize the brutal occupations of settler colonialism in Palestine and across North and South America. 2 days ago, another brutal massacre was committed in Jenin with US weapons and US support. In the attempt to kill off our entire people, every generation of Palestinians was partially defined by a massacre. And my generation was defined by Sabra and Shatila massacres. What does the imprisonment and torture of a 13-year-old Ahmed Manasra, who was thrown in solitary confinement and prohibited visits by his parents and lawyers, mean to the so-called champions of democracy and human rights in the righteous empire? He has now turned 21 in jail and suffering from life-threatening health conditions due to his torture, continuous torture from 13 to 21. What does it mean to them when the Chavez and now Maduro government fulfill the promise of providing for their own people without the tyranny of the World Bank and the IMF? Is even mentioning North Korea or the DPRK allowed anymore? And the US crime called the 38th parallel, creating an endless battle between brothers and sisters. How about the proxy NATO war in Ukraine, where essentially the same people are killing one another, all for a measly 14 Leopard 2 German tanks or 31 US Abrams tanks? What effect will these few tanks have on the remnants? And I say remnants and not the actual Red Army. The remnants of the army that defeated Nazi Germany and the Empire of Japan simultaneously. Who will operate them? Poor black and brown people from the US. That's who. The US is willing to fight Russia until the last Ukrainian alive, all in the name of keeping missiles pointed at every Russian city and facility. The US sends poor black people to die in its name, while the state murders them in cold blood, in the open, such as in the case of Tyree Nichols and George Floyd. Like our martyr, Khairi Alqam, the grandson of a martyr carrying his same name, we shall never forget their names. Let's not digress too much into the Ukraine war, but instead learn how to lift ourselves together. Stand together and confront the US war machine together. The great Palestinian revolutionary George Habash said, "Revolt, for you have nothing to lose but your chains and your exile tents." As long as you are still fighting in defense of your dignity and for your liberation, all is well. And that's what we're doing in this tribunal. We are fighting for our collective liberation. On behalf of the Tribunal Committee and the peoples represented in this room and online, I want to thank you for responding to our internationalist call. Thank you for standing up. I finally want to urge you to attend the hearings and volunteer to participate in documenting the crimes for which we will hold the US and its cronies responsible. We will hold them responsible. Sign up for the country hearings at sanctionstribunal.org. The hearings begin on Saturday, February 4th. Zimbabwe is the first one, followed by the DPRK 2 weeks later on February 17th. The hearings will be on a weekly or bi-weekly basis through June. This is the heart of our work. Listening to and following the leadership of our comrades around the world. You should make sure to join. If we unite in the face of this horror, we shall never be defeated. So the people united shall never be defeated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that on? Thank you so much, Iyad, and thanks again to all of you. We're really proud to be in this movement with you all. I just wanted to mention, Iyad said that the tribunals will start on February 4th and into June. And then we're actually going to be closing out the tribunal in July in Caracas, Venezuela. And that's where we're going to be holding the tribunal on Venezuela actually in person in Caracas. And if you can find out more about that on our website in case you want to come down and join us, right? So we have, so now it's time for us just to relax and socialize and mingle a little bit, get to know each other a little bit more. We have some drinks and some food to offer you all. I should just mention that it was only 70 people who registered to be here, and so we don't know if we have enough for everybody to have 2 servings. So just keep that in mind, so that all of us can kind of partake in the food and the drink. So thank you so much.